Good morning, everybody. Start with the indexes. What we'll see pre-market is they are opening just under all-time highs after triangling they out at last week's lows and reversing. So the question today is, are they going to be strong enough to take that out, or are we going to run out of time? Pre-market, we can see we're right at the highs on the 60 minutes, so we'd prefer to see them stop some guys out first so we can get in there, but it's very slight, very slight. So we'll keep an eye on that this morning. Now, if we go to the Dow and all the other indexes, we're going to see similar. With the Dow Jones, you're going to see opening well above the broadening formation back in here. And you can see how it went up, then down, then all the way back up. So pretty cool in the Dow. If we go to IWM, we will see this after the inside week down. They reclaimed all that, and it's also opening slightly higher with the SPY. And Qs is going to look similar. It's actually been like slightly weaker compared to things like Dow Jones on the way up. So very interesting stuff. But that being said, this morning we'll take a look at the gaps because we do have a lot of interesting things going on there. More specifically, while the market gap's up, who's not going up? FU2. FU2. And I'm going to open this up pre-market to show you. FU2, you can see 124 opening 40 points lower. And the great thing is the 2-2 month kicked in way before that. So you could have been short into that if you're waiting on the monthly sell list. But now that we have that going on, it's like, how are we going to recover 40 points? Probably not. And if we look down and left, it's been lower. So we will see. We'll also see PDD. You're going to see opening pretty low as well, about $5 lower, not quite as bad. And that tells you pretty much all the China names you could be watching. KWeb is another one in there in the China names. So we're going to see what those have for us on the gappers today. We go to JD, we're going to also see JD's opening. It's only like $1 lower, but nonetheless, right? Selling all the China names at the same time. So we'll see if they want to keep doing that or if they want to try and buy the dip. And it has to do with some like trade tensions between the US and China. So negative news between the two. And that's not that surprising to me. Yeah, no, I don't know if it's surprising to you guys, but let me get these saved over here. We got about 4 minutes, so I'm going to try and get her all done before market opens up here. Now, when the gap's up, we will have, a few names. If we go to A Canada Corp, I believe this has to do with weed. I could be completely wrong on that, but they reacted crazy in here off of some news, and you can see it's kind of like the afterblow of that reaction. So they're already an outside week, but they're gapping up slightly this morning. So we'll see opening right at yesterday's highs. Maybe we could reclaim that, coming back through it. Maybe not. We'll see. IMAX Corporation's gapping up this morning. It's pretty illiquid pre-market, but if we look at where that's gapping, it's gapping to about $38 pre-market. So it's going to open as reversal on the week. So it goes outside bar reversal above 35.79. It's also going to open potential outside month. So we prefer to see that taken out as an outside month, and then we're not too sure. And if we keep going down the list, it's like just a ton of tech stocks just gapping up. So like Zoom, for example. Not sure if there's more, earnings coming out. Somehow Zoom is killing it on earnings. Now, if we look left, 107.66. So you can see they're selling it off, selling it off, selling it off, and then boom, gap up to 107. So these guys, anyone short in here, those are the guys we'd expect to see covering this morning. And if we go to the week, you'll see 3 broadening formation down and gapping up. So it's trying to go back up into like 112, last week's highs. So we'll see if we can, do anything about that this morning. It looks like it's probably going to gap and just rip right into it. Yesterday, we also had a lot of the quantums. If you played with us in the morning yesterday, we specifically mentioned out the quantums simultaneous inside 60. So you can see RGTI, they went inside 60 here, and then 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 2 into the close, and now, if you looked at your after hours, they're gapping up more. So we'll see if the quantums want to keep ripping. We got IREN in there as well, which is not opening quite as high, but it is opening, as you can see, right at yesterday's highs. QBT opening, just above yesterday's highs. And QBTS also opening just above yesterday's highs. So those are really moving around. We'll see what they've got for us this morning. But a lot of gaps, and that's okay, right? The gaps normally are because of news coming out, and we will see what type of volatility we can get today. And for those of you guys, the strat with order flow. So what's really cool is the only way, like QBTS, the only way this goes green is if buyers are taking the offer. So that is order flow. Can't go green any other way. All right. To start off, KWeb is gapped down and slight buy to start the day, the China names. And Meta goes 3-2 day to the upside, pivot machine gun style. If they're above 609.26 Meta. SPY, you can see 2 up day, so it's going to all-time highs to outside week. Same with Qs. Dow Jones, they're just gapping up and sitting. And then IWM, still confirming the rev strat week, still going outside week IWM. So at this point, Meta is just reconfirming all of that as a 3-2 day, so that's something I'm interested in. And if we take a look, you got AMD gapping into the highs now. QCOM is firming up as a 2 going 3 week. LRCX is to the highs already. AMAT, they're still working their way back up there. NVIDIA, after earnings, still has a seller in there. Someone's selling NVIDIA. Because they sold them yesterday morning after the earnings came out, and they're selling them just a little bit this morning as an outside 60-minute. Meta calls, I'm already up 55% right off of the break at the 3-2 day. Got the first slight triangle layout starting on Meta, so we'll see if that can set anything up. It's still an inside week, but it's in the tech sector. But we'd say if we look at XLK Technologies, it does go into exhaustion risk, but obviously that buyer this month, very, very aggressive. So worth noting there. But it's above all that at this point. What we'd like to see is can SPY and Qs and all that stuff follow suit, taking out that outside week. But we might need some slight triangle out first. Solars today, you got Solar Edge reclaiming last week's highs, inside day red. So profit taking in Solar Edge this morning. It's not a reversal on the day, but it's worth noting that sector is really active earlier in the week. Tesla about to go 2-up continuation after corrective activity yesterday. It's a full time frame continuity Tesla, 2 going 3 week to the upside. Now we don't have to play it right off continuation, but it's worth noting we had that hammer day a couple days ago, and it's still following through on that, setting up the hammer week or the outside week, depending on how you want to look at that. And you also have discretionary going up today still with the SPY and the indexes. So you have all the tailwind on that Tesla to try and give it an outside week. And the Solar's run is not having a good time this morning. They're down little bit, still inside day, but like Solar Edge, you see some profit taking on those really active sectors from earlier this week. QCOM's getting greener this morning, still 2 going 3 week in the semis. And QCOM is one of the leaders in the semis this morning. IBM, there it is, your weekly magnitude for those of you that saw yesterday morning. So after the first, I believe it was the first hour of the day, right? We mentioned it, got that on your radar, and we said it's going up there to 258. It gapped right into there. So now we don't know. What we did know yesterday is this. After our mention, if you're looking at the 322, you'll see it's fun to say and fun to do. The 322 on the 30 into the rev strat week, right into the target. So that's pretty nice stuff. And now they're taking some profit off of that. And then we'll see if they set up again there. Meta is also firming back up now. Right back to the highs, Meta. There's a lot of biotechs this morning, pretty firm, and this is a sector I really like. I think it's going to benefit a lot from this AI stuff going on, and it already has. I just don't think the earnings have exactly showed that in all these biotech names yet. But you can see biotechs, they buy, they're coming back, they're getting more. And they've been buying this stuff, over and over for 333 days straight. We just haven't seen any crazy news in the, XBI overall. But going into next week, there's going to be a lot of 2-2 weeks in there, which is worth noting. You can see stuff like RXRX. It's at all-time lows. But you got this weekly pivot machine gun, which could jump 25%. That'd be pretty nuts. Schrodinger. Let's see. coming right off of all-time lows. It's already an outside week. These are a little illiquid there, but ABCL, Absolera. Interesting. Setting up a 322 week. So you can see there's a lot of different biotechs, very interesting new names that I haven't heard of myself. But these are all, supposedly public biotech companies that use AI. Lantern Pharma. And there is also larger ones, but it's really interesting. And if you want to take a look at that list, you can go check that out right here. So you can still see SPY above its broadening formations, just staying firm to start the day. Green above its open. IWM is closer to the morning lows with Dow Jones already red on the day, so a little bit of profit takers in the Dow in comparison. Now, if we look at regional banks, while the market's going up, regional banks is reclaiming. So anyone that bought regional banks yesterday, they're being forced to take some profit this morning. And you might get an outside day in regional banks. SPY and Qs to the highs, semis to the highs, tech to the highs. They're still bidding QCOM hard this morning. MU, you got 2-2 hammer tenors MU into full time frame continuity MU, confirming the semis and tech bid. BBAI. Nice little rev strat for next week. I've just been holding on to that one, waiting for that month to start kicking in. But that was a beautiful, you can see 2-2 on a Wednesday with the whole market up 12%. And I did do some research the other day, and I have good news. Whenever you reclaim last week's lows with the 2-2 reversal day, you have it's about 52 to 60% chance to create a winning position, and the winning trades are just about twice as big as the losing trades. So if you didn't know, now you do. Reversals to reclaim last week's lows. The biggest winning positions are the 2-2 months to reclaim last year's lows, which is pretty cool. Meta had a slight little triangle layout on the oneer. You can see slight lower low. Or actually, yep, 1 penny lower. So they're still holding up there, just not as strong as the rest of the market. If we take a look at the China names on the gap down, most of them on this news go gap down and buy. Now if we go to Futu, which is a little bit more sensitive to this news, they're nowhere near coming back, right? Nowhere near. So we prefer to let them go up and then try and sell them against on Futu. But for now, all the China names are gap down and buy. And you can see KWeb goes 225er right there. So when it's gap down and you want to see them continue, they're nowhere near going outside days. You want to go like this, down, 2 up, and then 2 down right there. Because that will try and reconfirm things and negate that day. You see Tesla, so they became continuation, and now we triangled they out. So anyone that's long in the morning, stop them out. If it's going to continue, you want to reclaim that. And if not, they would be staying below that daily open. So we'll see if that sets up. SPY, you can see outside fiver. That's a triangle layout right there. Slight lower lows with the Qs. And while that happens, Dow and IWM, slight lower lows on the fiver, and they firm back up. Baidu on the fivers negates the day, green to red in the China names. It's also 2-2 week down, so it's a little weaker there. Futu is still firm on the gappers down. In the biotechs, LEGN Biotech. This was one we talked about I believe it was last week, or no, 2 weeks ago here. And you can see they go 2 up, 1, 2 up, 1, and then we're still inside week. But they're close to breaking that. Now, the only thing that's kind of sucks here is it's a Friday. But you have a 3-2-15 to break the inside week up, and it's reclaiming all-time lows down in here to go back to $79 all-time highs. So you can be watching that 3-2-15 or an LEGN. And that's another really fun strategy that did some back testing on, was the 3-2. And the 3-2 is pretty fun. It works, I want to say it works closer to like 55% of the time. But when it does kick in, it goes insane, and the risk is very small. Because on a 3-2, you only want to be long if it's above that, 299 or 29.44. If it's not above that, you want to just tight stop it. It's 55% of the time it works every time. That's funny. For anyone that's watching the materials sector, this is one we pointed out on the nightly vid a couple days ago, but ALB firms up here, so it's going to try and set up that hammer week after triangle out on the month. So you can see this outside month. Is this anywhere near going back to the bottom of the broadening formation at 54? No. So it's just triangle out. We're still trying to go back up to 330 as far as we understand an ALB. It's going to set up for next week. But they're firm today. And we also had materials sector, all 2-2 or 2-1-2 reversal yesterday and 2 up today. So still good. And you got this inside day to time all of that back up into 53. Which also tells you can look at your favorite material names like NUE, which is it's in your steels or steel. Meta is getting mother bar on the 15er. Tesla is shooter 15 down. So you can see they went continuation up and then reclaim all of that. And they're shooter down, 2 going 3-day Teslers. SPY's inside 15. Energies are firming up this morning on the second 15s of the day. OIH has not, so it's not all energies, but they go inside day XLE and XOP. We currently don't see any sectors continuing to the highs besides XLE and XOM, or XOP, I mean. Everything else goes inside 15 consolidation. Besides Tesla, right? Tesla takes out the morning lows, so it's a little weaker there. You got some of the gold miners taking out the morning lows as well. So a lot of consolidation here in the second 15 of the day. Gilead. How do you say it? Is it Gilead or Gilead? Guild? Oh, Guild's easier. So in the biotechs, you know, if we do get those 2-2s next week in biotechs, yeah, Guild's going to look pretty nuts too. You got all this previous range back to 152 to come back through. And obviously they had that 2-2 rev strat this morning, which kicks through all these guys. Got your profit on ASTS. Proud of yourself. Very good. Now, look at this outside month. Why is it going up? It's reclaiming this mother bar. So not only do you have one target, you have 1, 2, 3 nearby pivots here. If we can take those guys out. 104.15, we want to go above that, ideally. Now, it doesn't mean to buy it here, right? We might triangle they out first. If that's gonna happen today, even if it's just short term. Let them set them up. We see semis and tech trying to take out the morning lows. So they're trying to triangle out the morning guys in semis and tech. Tesla still shooter 15 down, so it's still a little weaker. IonQ, and they sell it goes fast. Well, it's coming from the top of the weekly broadening formation, IonQ. 2 up and red 15er. So reclaiming 61, trying to come back into 57 on IonQ on those quantums. RGTI, same thing. QBTS, same thing. So you got some slight 2 up in red. You'd want to see a 2-2 reversal if they're going to force some profit taking. So for now, we still have inside 15 Dow Jones, inside 15 SPY, inside 15 QQQ, inside 15 semis, inside 15 technologies. So guess what? Simultaneous inside bar, all tech, semis, and indexes. The only one not is IWM, which is a 2 up here. Solars, after taking out some guys this morning, they go red to green, changing what's going on today as a hammer 15 in solars. So it tells you to take a look at end phase and solar edge. End phase is 3-2-15 to try and just go momentum continuation. Solar edge is 3-2-2-15 trying to go momentum on the day, just straight up continuation. So we'll see if that solar buyer is still around, if they still got more to buy. Bought SNDK, reclaim that morning low, good. MU still inside, so did not break those 15ers. Stopped on calls, it didn't reverse, inside 15, still good. So 2 up 1. IWM is going 2s into the highs, so it's still all-time highs IWM, it's still good. No reason to get out. We're seeing more utilities join the movement. SRE goes 2-2-2 day, 2 going 3 week with the XLUs. We've got a good chunk of those that are just a bit more firm this morning. You can see XLUs at 2 going 3 week. They're almost a 3. And this is coming from daily reversals 4 days ago. Right there, the 2-2 reclaiming all of this stuff, last month's lows. Yeah, you know what would make you know what would drive everyone nuts is if semis blew through this stuff and closed up here. We'd have this big outside week broadening formation right at the highs. The bears would be pissed. They'd be so pissed. So in about 3 minutes, you got all these consolidations on the indexes to break with IWM leading. And they've been leading since a couple days ago now. Something we picked up on yesterday. I believe we also picked up on it on Wednesday. And we actually picked up on it intraday on Tuesday with those 2260 simultaneous breaks that timed the low of the week. So it's been interesting to see those small caps lead. So as we come to the second 30s of the day, we can see JD 2215 on the gap down. So they're firming up there. KWeb goes inside, so it's also going to be inside with the indexes. Baba went 2s up, but came back in, potentially the 222. Fu2, you can see it goes 2s up on the 15s, so no reversals back down, but then it goes shooter. So on the second 30 of the day, they could try and change what they're doing in there if they're going to keep selling them off. And if we look down and left, Fu2, the broadening formation's way down into like 21 bucks. So that's worth noting. Now, is they going to do that today? Probably not in one day, but that's where it's trying to go. right on the new 30s. IWM goes inside, but it's still firm. If we go to the SPY and the indexes, you can see they go slight 2 down 15 by 1 penny. And what you'd want to see, the most bullish thing would be to reclaim and go outside 15. That would really speed things up here. But for now, there's still mother bar to that morning range. So still has those consolidations you got to resolve. Qs is double inside 15. Semis is, yep, still inside that morning range. So you got to resolve these. What we do see is solars. Second 30 of the day, the buyer comes back for more solars. Hammer 30 solars back through a range. So you'd expect at least high day in solars. Or at least yesterday's highs in solars. Looks like end phase, you can see off the 3-2 reversal, they're already at the highs. So now we call that exhaustion risk. It's got to stay up there if we're going to have momentum. Need that buyer to step up and take the offer. Meta inside 15 down on the second 30s of the day, closer to the 30s reversal, and it is an outside bar yesterday. So if that were to change the daily open, that's back through a broadening formation. Worth noting. If we go to QQQ on the second 30s of the day, 2230 down. So you can see Q's inside 15 breaks lower, 30s down. So the question becomes, does that change what's going on today, or is it just triangle layout? Because if it's just triangle layout, we're going to make this slight lower low, and then we're going to just go right back up. Now, if it's going to change what's happening, we would stay down below morning lows. So we have way more evidence on the upside. It's going to be hard to reverse it. So we'd prefer to see that just reclaim. But that is what we see on the second 30s of the day, changing a little bit of what we know. The dollar is going to the highs, and the gold is all going to the lows. So I don't know if anything's related to that. It doesn't look like the dollar's still inside day. But if we look at the gold miners, they are 322 week down, about to go 22 day down on a Friday, GDX. While the market's weak a little bit, retailers go to the highs. So General Motors, from our hammer mention, it was in the chat the other day, up 7% off the hammer day at the bottom of the weekly broadening formation, which is part of your retail. We don't see Tesla quite yet, but they are 222.15. So Tesla's trying to go back to the highs, and that's triangle they out, stop them out, reclaim, and triangle the other way. So retailers are a little bit firmer while the market, takes out the morning lows very slightly. And I can tell you other retailers, maybe some staples as well. Looks like Costco, not so much. Reclaiming an outside week. So not having a good time, Costco. Walmart, yeah, they got destroyed this morning, or yesterday and this morning. You can see they're still expanding this outside month back down. So their guidance must have not been very well. The Waller flip. Yeah, Waller is the new Fed chair. What's wrong with him? Yeah. Did you know Waller has he's like a crypto fanatic? Did you guys know that? The most powerful person in modern day economics, the Fed chair, is obsessed with cryptocurrencies. Like in the weeds. And so is the whole Trump administration. It's pretty crazy stuff. Pretty crazy stuff. Oh, Warsh. Sorry. I was reading the chat and I was just like replacing it in my brain. But Warsh. I think of Morgan Wallen when I hear Waller. Yeah, that makes sense. Here, SPY 2230 down. So anyone that's long this morning, that's taking them out right there. It's changing what we know to be true. Because if you were buying above the morning opening price, you were good. Now, not good. So you got to reclaim that to force everyone to buy again. Or that changes the daily continuity, showing us the sellers are more aggressive today. Which isn't exactly what we want to see. We'd prefer to give that outside week. But that does change what we know. So we got to know what we know, and we got to know when that changes. So right now, SPY Q's Dow Jones are red on the day. IWM is not. Semis is like very slightly green. So they're stopping guys out, but are they going to go outside day? I mean, you'd have to reverse a lot of stuff, right? All the tech, all the semis would have to reverse. And at this point, they're not. So it's really hard for me to say, oh, they're going outside day. Just you don't have as many twos down as you would need to do that. And when I look at all the signals forming, I mean, let me see. Meta on the inside 15 down. They're still right at the daily open if they are going to change what they're doing and reclaim. You can see SPY. They take out the morning lows. So we call that triangle day out. Whoever's long in the morning, boom, gone. They're all out. And that might include you sometimes. But the second that reclaims, that buyer's back. So they stop out and they come back. So the question is, if we get some hammers here, can we go ripping back through those guys into full time frame continuity? Green month, green week, and then changing the day back to green. And that would set up some RevStrat 15ers in about 6 minutes. So we'd have 5 minutes to create a RevStrat 15. And if not, then we're not reclaiming that 30, and it's not good for what the buyers want to see. Meta just now, green to red on the day. While the market's relatively, like weak at the lows, Apple goes 15s inside up. So if the market does recover, Apple should keep going. QCOM is also still gunning as we get to the second 30s of the day. So still leading the semis there in QCOM. We also see Marvell 22215s back up with full time frame continuity in the semis while the market's down a little bit. SPY, hammer, fiver, boom, right there. Q's hammer fibers simultaneously. Dow is also doing the same with IWM, but we want to see SPY and Q's lead, because that means the semis are leading. Be ideal. And since SPY does that, Apple's going to start breaking through those highs more than likely. But we still need to see that 15 to get them all going. Yeah, Sarah wants to see it too. LEGN went inside fibers up, so that one's trying to re-break some 33.2s to the upside. Maybe it sets up some 3.12s. So semis, you're going to set up the 132 rev strat 15er with the hammer fiber. And that's to cause an outside weak. And then we'll have to see what happens. SPY, that hammer is supposed to go instantaneously, did not. So someone's here that wants to sell, and we got to chew through them. For now, it's still reclaiming that morning low. So it could just go like, you know, slightly down, then re-break that pretty easily. UGK. Never seen UGK. How do you say it? Qs, you can see, is still hammer fiber, so we chewed through them right away, whoever that seller was, because of semis. So QCOM flying, right? QCOM, if it's already going up and then index is reversed, should just keep going up, just like anything else. Now, if you are a NVIDIA guy and you want to try and time it, right here is when you want to do that. You'd want to do it like right down in here. As you can see, this is a 5-minute broadening formation, or coming off the daily. Outside day, that's a broadening formation. And then if they're going to firm it up, it'd look like hammer fiber first. Then maybe some hammer 15ers. Maybe some 32230s off the lows. So if you're going to go crazy trying to buy the dip, you could try and do it there if you're a NVIDIA guy. We got about 2 minutes to the new 15ers. You can see SPY. So we had that hammer fiber. But whoever that seller was, we didn't take them out. So right now, they're re-breaking the 30 with like 2 minutes to go. And once that 30 closes out, we're in about 15 minutes to the new 60-minute. So if you look at the 15, it'd be closer to just going 2 down continuation with the 30s down. If you look at your Dow Jones is also now a 30 down, so it's a little bit weaker there. Semis, we still don't see doing that. So it's not like they're selling off the semis right now. Healthcares are also still pretty firm. What we do see taking morning lows is discretionary and staples. Now, that does not include Tesla. Tesla is still firm. Nor does it include GM, which is still firm. So Costco and Walmart, they're both still getting demolished. Demolitioned. Costco's trying to go outside weak. And it's got a lot of distance to do that. Meta right here on the 2230, they are also coming back into that outside bar. Meta. $600 puts in Meta for next week. They're like trading $6. They could be $4 in the money at end of day if that were to really kick in on the daily. Communications is also down, which is also dragging down Meta. It's not helping. If we look at Qs, 2 up, 5 are against. So that buyer, you can see, is chewing through this seller in Qs perfectly fine. That monthly buyer, that weekly buyer, that daily buyer, they're here right now. So Qs, they're still firm. Like we said before, it's probably just someone that's selling in here in SPY that doesn't know that we're not going down. We're trying to go to all-time highs. We're not trying to go down. So SPY, its new 15ers open. They go inside again. So this firms them back up and reclaims that low again. So now it's inside 15, which is consolidation. So we don't really want to mess around in there, but we can at least say they're not going down right now in SPY. Semis also takes out the morning highs, so semis continues, QCOM continues. Since semis is up, tech is up, Apple's up. Another high day, Apple. After taking the lows out, Meta reclaims the 30. We still have yet to see LEGN break. It's just inside 33.1. Gold miners, 2-2 day down with inside month down and 3-2-2 week down. So that's some issues in there in gold miners today if they are below 84.11. Now they might want to triangle out. They've been selling all morning, but they got an inside fiver right there to see if they want to confirm or negate that 2-2 day to the downside. Junior miners are looking the exact same. So taking out the morning lows, real estates, jets, staples, some communications, and gold miners. Gold miners are leading on the bearish side of things. And then not doing that, still semis and healthcares, some energies, and the dollar. So it's definitely a very weird mix this morning across the board. So GDX does take the day down. GDXJ Junior Miners is close to doing the same. If you look at SPY, they are still inside 15, but notice consolidation. They went up, tried to reclaim it, did not. So right here, they're closer to continuation, which shows you that seller on the third 15 of the day might sell some more. Qs is inside 15 as well, right at the lows with Dow Jones. IWM is just sitting inside 30 at this point. Tesla's still following through. That's good. 222. And this is what we mean when we say triangle day out. Goes up into continuation day. It's like, hey, Tesla's continuing. It's making a higher high today. It's like, yeah, it's making a higher high today right now. So once it makes a higher high, what do you want? Lower low, take these guys out. And now it's like, oh, Tesla, it's not going anywhere. It's like, no. Lower low and then back to the higher high, broadening formation style. It's exactly what you want. SPY takes it out, continuation. So that seller comes back to sell more, gap up, and starting to sell into SPY daily. Now, if they're going to act as support, it'd be like right here, right at the 15er/60 triangle. If they're going to have issues, though, this continuation reclaims that, and that would cause some issues in SPY. Qs, they're still sitting like right at yesterday's highs, so we'll see. But similarly, you got the broadening formation in Qs. And we could draw it off the daily. It's going to look similar. With the change in daily continuity, it shows you this would be the broadening formation that you're looking at. So, having a little bit of issues this morning on indexes. That 30's kicking in with only 7 minutes to go. But then you set up a 2260 on the gap up. So, that would be a little bit different, right? And it could very easily be kind of like Tesla with a 222 on the 60. So it goes up, stop it, everyone out, and then 22 back up again. Like that, something we see all the time. So we'll have to see. We still don't have like a majority of the market going down. It's just some stuff's weak. Like healthcares, they're still bright green on the day. Same with energies, they're still pretty green on the day. So SPY, we can see right at broadening, what we'd call broadening support. If they were to close and get through that with a big long 15er, then it turns into a resistance instead of support. So they're right there. Chips going south. Yeah, that big broadening formation. So you can see chips did, if we look at that 15, that outside 15, that is broadening. So they go to the highs, and then that was it. Reclaim, boom, 3 again. So that's helping out the indexes just a little bit. IWM takes the morning lows out. So IWM, now it's at 2230 with SPY, Qs, Dow, all of them 2230. So every single index is reversal 30 at this point. Now you have a little bit more evidence to say, okay, might be issues, but that's going to have to follow through on the 60 because the 30 is not a major signal. The 60 is. And what we'd say is we're much closer to 2's down, but this isn't inherently bearish. If it goes inside 60 in 5 minutes and firms back up, it's like it goes uptrend inside. It didn't reverse anything. So we'll have to see. Only way this is bearish is if we come back in 5 minutes and see that seller sell more on the gap up. But right now we have all 4 indexes looking similar. Now when that happened, gold miners started breaking down a little bit more. So if the indexes are going to puke, gold miners would be the weakest thing to be looking at because they're already going down today. Outside of that, there's not too much. I think Google's already going down. No, Google's inside day. Outside of that, we have almost no sectors, going down today. It's just gold miners. In fact, the UVXY, the UVXY, it's like it's going down today. So they're not buying the VIX. It's not like they're scared on this gap up of it coming back. So we're going to mine the flip, second hour of the day. And if you've been holding off, waiting for additional evidence or waiting for when we have higher evidence of what's going on, This is when you get it. When the second hour of the day opens, we increase our evidence as the 60-minute and daily opens separate. So, for example, SPY today. When we look at the 60 here, notice how the 60 and the daily bar is the exact same bar. So these time frames are the exact same time frame. This 60-minute is a daily chart. The second 60 opens, you're going to have a new 60-minute bar that's separate from this. So what you say is the first hour of the day, it's the daily guys, as far as we know. The second hour of the day, then it's the 60 guys to either keep going down like the daily guys want to do, or second 60 of the day, the buyers come back on the second 60. So what we'd say is, what's the next two on the flip? What will that create, negate, or do? So if you look at SPY, you can see they take them down, and then they go inside fiver. And this is still right at broadening support, pretty much right at yesterday's highs, right? So come to the flip 3 minutes from now. If that goes inside up, right on the flip, it would be pivot machine gun style. Pivot, 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 take them all out. Now, if it were to rev strat or go inside down on the flip, it would go 60s down, and then it would turn into further issues because that'd be a major reversal. So that's what we're going to monitor. We got about 2 minutes for that to open up. And then other things you could look at. You could look at Meta for the rev strat 60, 1, 2, 2, back into this outside day. It's still an inside week, but that also gives you evidence that, you know, it should just start going back the other way if they were to kick in. Things that are already going down, like Costco, if the market were to get weak, we'd want to see them continue. Same with Walmart. And that sector overall is relatively a bit weak as well. And if things are going to keep going up, we'd want to be looking at, you know, Apple. It isn't all-time highs, but they are, you know, they've been buying it for the past 4 weeks. It's Friday, but you got long green bars there. We could be looking at semis. Notice how semis are not taking out the morning lows, so they're too strong to take out the morning lows. I know Powers is looking at MU still. It's inside day, though, so it's been chopping them up a bit. Warsh and Trump might turn this thing around. Yeah, well, QCOM. Where do you want to be? Well, look at the first hour on QCOM. I'd like to be there. It's up 10% today. So if the market continues to firm up on the second 60 QCOM, you're going outside week still to 247.04, and that's been true since the 322 on Wednesday. QCOM. AMD. Yeah, you'd have the 22230 in there. Maybe with the Tesla inside 30. We see SPY, so just before the flip, they reverse the fiver, 2-2. So you got the sellers, triangle they out, and we're still right at broadening support for the buyers. The day is still 2 up, the month is still 2 up, the week is still 2 going 3. It's going up, 2-2-5er. So now we go to the next 15. That hammer 15 would be what would change things on the flip on SPY. So we open it up, all the indexes open inside 60. You want to be aware of that. They could very easily become 2s up, though, if those 15s, if they were to break. Materials, looks like they're taking some profit on the second 60s of the day with airlines. So those guys are a little bit weaker than the market. The UVIXI goes 60s 222 down. So they're selling the UVIXI. If we look in here, I just want to show you. SPY, Qs, Dow, IBM, boom, everything inside 60. Semis, tech, healthcare, biotech, communications, discretionary, financials, right? Everything opens as a 1. So you don't have to be the first one in here. Now what I could do is switch it over to the 15 so we can monitor all those 15ers. But they all go 1 right away. Tesla on the second 30 or second 60s of the day, inside 30 up Tesla. That's got to be stronger than the market, because the market's not doing that yet. Good mention. And you can see, who do you got behind you? Well, month, week, day, 60 groups. You got pretty much everyone buying in Tesla, so you got higher evidence there. Now, if we go to the Qs, you'll see right on the second 60, what's this? Change in continuity. Whoever was selling before, they're gone if that 60 is green. So that's trying to go pivot, take all these guys out, ideally in one go. So Qs starts to firm up just a little bit. SPY firming up just a little bit. Stuff like QCOM, again, when the market firms up, QCOM's still going to the highs. It should just keep going to 247.90. Especially if we get 15ers, which so far we have yet to see. So they're leaving us wanting here. Very slow start off to Friday. Tesla, boom, takes them all out. So anyone short in the morning, blown out by the monthly, weekly, daily 30 buyers. And you can see the 15, 222, triangle they out, and then ding, 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 take them all out. Lower low to the morning lows, higher highs. And notice how this, when you look at daily range, this is a higher low, higher high. So we're still a 2-up day. This was higher highs in the morning in the uptrend, higher lows in the morning in the uptrend, higher highs in the morning in the uptrend on the day. Pretty cool. On the second 60s, all the gold miners go inside 60 and firm up. So you can see they become a 2-down day, so it's bearish, but then they go inside, which is not bearish. They're consolidation. So gold miners and all indexes and sectors consolidating. So you're left to relative strength and weakness. Tesla's relative strength because it's not going down. QCOM, relative strength because it's not going down. Then when the market becomes 2s on the 60s, the things that are strong should just keep flying even faster because you have that kind of tailwind of the market. TAN, the solar ETF, is also 60s up here as well. So things like Enphase, still firm. Solar Edge, not so much. SysQ, still firm. IREN, or not IREN, what's it called? It's like Run. Run, still firm. But the ETF's the easiest one to watch, in my opinion. Semis. So like we said in semis, that would be one to buy because notice it did not take the morning lows out like indexes. So now it's back to high day and you got what you wanted. Now does it stay up there? If we go to tech, about to break a 15, which would be the first one to go. On the flip, and that confirms Apple. See Apple slightly red on the 15, then right back to the highs, which is what you'd want off the inside fiver. VIX. You're going to see this. Shooter 60, Rev Strat down, and this broke already on my Thinkorswim, which has more ticks, more data than TradingView will. So VIX and UVXY shooters down, that pretty much tells you they're going back to the highs market. Because there's nothing going down today besides maybe some staples, a little bit of gold miners this morning. They're selling the VIX. That normally tells them to buy the indexes too. Tesla 70%, nice. Now what we'd say is, short term, you've taken everyone out. Long term, you got everyone behind you. So there might be some like jumping around up in here, but we really don't expect that to come back. Your 60 open at 424.67. We just want to see them go. That buyer step up, take the offer. These guys who were short before, they're short against stuff like 434. So if we take that out in Tesla today, that'd be the next pivot target for us. Blow out those short guys. IWM right here. Triangle out. Boom. 15ers back up just like Qs. And you can see when you're looking at trend, 2 going 3 week, 2 up month, 2 up days. Like, is it a short today? Right? It could become a 3, but we had no evidence of that. Like we said, you have almost none of the market going down today. How are you going to reverse the whole market with a 15-minute signal? You're probably not. So once you triangle they out, this is a higher low in a daily uptrend that's going to try and make higher highs. So that's your broadening formation, slight lower low to make the higher high in an uptrend. It's pretty cool. If we go to Qs and semis takes them up. Morning highs taken out. And Qs, you can see 2215. So now they're trying to come back through these guys. Give us all-time highs QQQ. And while that happens, solars, boom, blowing them out. And you can see anything that was going up before, it breaks the morning highs. Anyone trying to short solars thinking the market's turning over, they get blown out first, which is why you would expect if QQQ firms up, that would keep going. Now, since it is blowing out all these guys above, you're going to see the magnitude here. 65.48, that was the magnitude of this. Now we're not sure, right? Everyone's taking out their shorts from recently, so we'll see. The VIX is still low of day. UVXY 22260 still puking. And if you didn't know, Rob Smith, the guy who came up with the strat, his trade plan, you know what he did? He just shorted the UVXY. That's all he did. He said he traded some other stuff, but UVXY short. That was his whole. That's all he did as a trader, which is really interesting because when you look at the prospectus of it, the UVXY always goes to 0. But most people don't short it because they don't know when it's going to blow up on them. Like how it goes from 34 to 62. Most people don't know when to get out of their shorts. But we do, because the only times the UVXY is going to blow up is when indexes are full time frame continuity down. That's when the market's crashing. Or when the UVXY is above its monthly open. Or you could say above its weekly open. Because that's when we have evidence of buyers showing up on the week and month. So you can see how it works. It's like it goes all the way up in here, 2 week, right there, 49.41, and you just stay short forever until again the indexes go full time from continuity down. But indexes can stay continuity up for 12 months straight. We've seen that happen. So it's a really cool thing just because it always goes to 0 every time. Yeah, he used to have UVXY reverse split parties, yeah. Because you can see in here, they come in here and they split it because it always goes to 0. So they have to split it. It goes back up, and then you can just short it to 0 again. And that's what he did. That's all he did. So if you've ever wondered, it's a pretty interesting tool. But that's what he said. It's a tool in your tool belt to just make money. If you know what a reversal looks like, and you know not to short full time frame continuity up, then you can go and do that and generate a profit. Watching you analyze the market in real time brought me so much clarity. Thank you, brother. That's awesome, man. I'm glad to hear it. It's always what's the next 2, what will negate creator do, and who's strong, who's weak. Especially when you're looking at gaps and news and whatnot, especially. That being said, we're going to go back over to those Chiners, and we can see they've been just grinding them up. So they're kind of just walking them up. The buyer here, inside up, inside up. Now it's mother bar issues. So that gives you 2 known pivots here, high of day and low of day. play with. But so far, the Chiners have been firm. QCOM is still going to the highs. So we mentioned it, within the first 5-10 minutes of the day as one of the leaders in semis going outside week. And then we confirmed it on the second 15 and the third and the fourth and the fifth. So they've just been going nuts in QCOM here. We nailed NVIDIA, so they are starting to firm back up in here. Now, it's not a 60 reversal. So this is probably going to be something that comes in later today. Inside 63.1. So if we see semis continue, they're going up and up to start the day. And you want to see NVIDIA come back, it'd be this inside 60 signal. Or maybe an inside 30 signal that you could play off of. Apple's still going to the highs, still firm. And this kind of, exactly like we said before. When we're looking at all these 60s too up in red, we told you guys how on the second 60 of the day, we gain evidence. We know what the 60 group's doing. Because the first 60 is always just the daily group, as far as we understand. So on the second 60, right when they all go inside, right, just like we said, it's not bearish. Because the 60 group comes in, they're like, nah, no, still going up. And that's also the monthly, weekly buyer there. So it's pretty neat to see how that happens. And since the days weren't that red, it just changes the day back to green. And now the daily guys who are selling for 15 minutes, they're like, well, let me get on my short. Didn't work. And if they don't do that, at high of days when we take all those guys out and blow them out. So we'll see. Can we get highs before the new flip, or do we go inside 60s? That's the main question. If we go to Tesla's, they're still just sitting up at high day, sideways. And sideways isn't bad, right? The only thing bad is going down when you're long. So you got 10 minutes stuck inside of this 5 minute here. That's mother bar. SMCI would be stronger also. Let's see it. Yep. See it 3-2 on Wednesday with Sarah. I know she was all over that. And then 1 to add get more. And you can see why is that happening. And this will bring you a lot of clarity if you're wondering how to figure out what to go buy and sell and how to do it. It's on the monthly buy list, SMCI. So above 29.94, that's the monthly buy list with magnitude to 33, magnitude to 35. Because a 2 down, 1, 2 up reversal has those targets to take out. So during that month, what you're looking for to buy it is the triangle day out. They make the higher highs up in here on the month, triangle day out, lower lows, and then you can go after it right through here. Because anyone shorting against these highs and putting their stops in here, or just shorting this range in general, as price starts ripping back through there, it's on the monthly buy list. It's trying to make the higher high, and those guys have stops up there. So they're going to get demolished. Now, if we go to today, they bought the first 60, came back the second. I wouldn't want to buy it here. What we'd want to do is try and time a triangle day out, like this on the 15er this morning. So pretty neat stuff. But we got Qs, so we'll see if Qs can go blowing after them for us. Google goes hammer 60 reversal. So Google's still inside day. It's outside week though, so it's a broadening formation and we're right at the bottom of it. It's also one of the leaders in the market. So this 60 hammer, you can see on Goog, you slight lower low on the 60, which is a higher low on the day, but they reverse. So they're still inside day. I wouldn't suggest playing that, but that does give us some evidence that they are going after other names than just, Apple. They're starting to firm up some other tech names. I want to see if we can get, so if we look in here, you can see today, the only thing down today is energies, XOP, OIH. Everything else, twos to the upside. So is the market going down today? Nah, no. And that's kind of like what we said earlier this morning. They're coming back in. Maybe it kicks in, but no, you're just nowhere near doing that. Now, if we look at, the 60s, you can see there is some more bearish names: discretionary, staples, Utes, materials, communications. So there's more twos down in here that we're tracking. But in technologies, you got way more twos up. So it's like they're coming out of some of these guys. They're still buying tech, is what we'd say. And this makes sense. You can see how many inside bars we have, like 17 in tech, 8 in financials, 16 healthcare, 16 here. It's like so many inside bars. So when we're still looking at these indexes, I know we're saying, right, things are firm, especially in tech and semis. Semis is going to high day. But everything's inside 60. So don't get too excited, too crazy, too fast. These equilibriums have to resolve somewhere, either up or down. So we're still going to be monitoring all those inside 60s. And if you're a 60 guy and you're like, I haven't been able to do anything yet today, that's fine, right? It's like they went up, then down, then back to the middle, and they're still in the middle. So you're good if you're holding off. Now, if we go and take a look, if we look in here, places that have high evidence, we don't have any intraday, at least not on the 60 signals. So the 60 signal buy sell list, we got nothing. The only thing we see is real estates are still coming back in as the 2260 down. Materials is still pretty weak as well. And then communications is just a little bit weaker. So many inside bars. I want to play indexes, then wait for the inside 60. Unless we're able to try and snag some cues right at the lows, or right off the lows. Off the bottom of the triangle, and here the fiber gave you a nice little one in here. Technically still good, but there's some profit taking. I'm under the impression we're going back to high day. It's just going to take a little bit because of these inside bars. You're going to see more triangle layout. Looks like Power's got what he wanted. The inside 30. Dink, dink, dink. Takes them all out in here. Yeah, good stuff. Look at Tesla. Like we said, is this going down? No. No, not at all. Nope. They're not going down. Look at the 15. 2, hold, 2, buy more, 2, hold, 2. Didn't tell you to get out yet, did it? It's telling you to hold. The whole market's going sideways and this is going up. Man, if the whole market goes inside 60 and then breaks up, this thing could be up 10 points. Like, we're so fast. Any Memorial Day sale? I want to do one myself. We just haven't had direct contact with our marketing people recently about it. At least no answers. Let me check. Didn't know that about Rod. Kind of makes the 20 monitors seem crazy. Do we have daily trade alerts? Yeah, so the main thing we alert on during the day is the simultaneous breaks. So we'll be like, hey, like this simultaneous break SPY. Or like SPY is about to simultaneous break. So some of the ones we caught this week were in here. Which looks like this. We had the two 260s on SPY and the two 1260s Qs as simultaneous break in here. And then other ones we caught were right at low of week, which SPY was not the strongest one, but is right down in here. IWM above 272.37. That was simultaneous break, and we identified that as leading the market. And it never came back, and you can see that was a pretty nice one. They're just gone. And the goal really just is, it's learn how to create a winning trade, which looks like a reversal, and then learn how to hold the ones that don't come back. Because once you can do that, you're free to trade. And if it does come back on you and you're wrong, it's okay, because we want the ones we can hold. We don't need, teach me how to hold. Well, if you want a good example, it looks like this. So when price doesn't reverse, you don't get out. So 3, 1 right here, actionable signal. 2, 2, 2, 2, hold, all of this. So when it doesn't reverse, you don't get out. And that looks like Pan W. 3, 1, 2, Chicago, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. And you'd see if we look at that when that happened, that was down in here, but then you had some dailies. 2 down, 2 down, 2 up, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, gap down by 3, 2, 2. For now, we still got a lot of indexes doing nada. Big ol' zilch. Semi's a little stronger. Everything inside here. And when you are inside, you're picking out strength and weakness. That's always what you're doing. So it's like staples, Utes, real estates. Are they selling those? Communications? Yeah, they're selling those. Financials? Yeah, they're selling those. Now, as we see this, they're also selling materials. So this is something worth noting. When you have a majority of 2s in one direction, that's the direction the market's going. So if we're 2 down communications, 2 down financials, 2 down materials, 2 down real estates, 2 down utilities, 2 down staples, that's a lot of 2s to the downside, right? And that might change what we're doing. Whenever you go inside, these consolidations have to resolve up or down. But when they are consolidating, we don't know. They're going sideways. So this is interesting to see, and it's worth noting that we see the more 2s down here. However, tech/semis is stronger. You can see Apple, Goog at high a day. Tesla still at high a day. So it's like we still have these buyers over in here, still in the tech semis, but we have the most 2s down over here. So who's wrong, right? Are these guys wrong selling off all these sectors, or are the guys buying Qs and semis at high a day, are they wrong? We're gonna have to find that out. This is just a big grid on Thinkorswim. And if you want, you can see this actionable rev strat. If you want this, it's on what's it called? If you search up Think Script, the strat suite. Yeah. It's on, this is Thinkorswim, but it's Think Script, the strat suite. Also worth noting, gold and gold miners, all of them go inside bar with all the indexes going inside. Like this is really, really good stuff. As we're getting into the end of the week, what we want exactly what's happening right now. But we don't want to go crazy right now. We want to wait until the 2s. We want to wait until it trends. So don't chop yourself up right now. If you're not already in stuff, you're fine. We are halfway through the 60s, and most of the market is a scenario 1. So we're fine to hold off for a little bit. And if you look in here, it's like we go to the 60-minute list, and I'll show you all the long and short. Look at this. All of these inside 60s farming. So like I can't sort it by the ETF, but you can see like FTNT, NXPI, TXN. These are all chips and tech. Zscaler, more tech. This is also a hack ETF. You keep going down the list. It's like tech, communications, financials. And these are pretty big names. And this is a sorted or filtered list. If we drop it down to show more, we'll see if it will show more. No, it looks like it's stopping out at 0. That's okay. So if we go in here, It might not be live right now. I'll have to check. What we will see on the SPY is you can see a slight triangle out, and then they go back up. So the 5-er to time the bottom or low a day, they're still true. Q's still good on the 15-minute, hitting its target 1, still looking for all-time highs. Dow, not so much. IWM, not so much, which makes sense with some of the weakness we see. Look at Apple, right? While the market's firming up, Apple, it should just keep going to the highs, and it does. QCOM as well should also be at the highs. Now, we do have finally some corrective activity. So if QCOM's going to blow out 247.90, we might go inside bar momentum, right? It's like buy, 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 buy. Oh, I'm going to short it. I think it's turning over. And then continue. Blow all these guys out. Or we might get a rev strat. 1, 2, 2, or 2, 3. So we'll see QCOM. You can monitor that. It closes in 3 minutes. Tesla's, oh my goodness, guys. Is Tesla still going? Jeez Louise. Jeez Louise, guys. It's almost like the monthly and weekly and daily and 60 guys are all buying. And someone's short. Three, two continuation, yeah. So what a 3-2 is this. And the specific one you want to trade is, it looks a little different than a normal, or, you know, the most common ones. You want it to look like this. So let's say we have a market and it's just trading. A 3-2 continuation, what we want to see is gap down buy. Boom. 3. So you can see it opens below this low and it closes above these highs. This is engulfing. What it shows you is they're selling, they're selling, they're selling, gap down. This was the last sell orders they put in. And then the buyer completely overtakes the seller in one bar. And it shows aggression because the sellers were willing to sell at this price. Because if a buyer is able to buy here, a seller is selling to that buyer, right? So the sellers were willing to sell way down here. So they're like, yeah, this thing's going lower. Like this, you know, it's like it's a short. It's turning over. They're willing to sell down here. But the buyer is like, I'm going to buy down here and I'll buy all the way up here. So the sellers are willing to sell down. The buyers were willing to buy up. And that's really, really aggressive. So what we look for is on the next bar, it opens, breaks, and instantly follows through. Instantly. If it doesn't go instantly, you are at risk of a broadening formation against you. Because if we have the same thing, looks something like this. It breaks, but then it comes back in. It's like, boom, outside bar. That seller's still here. So we have to understand with broadening formations is it's a fight. You're literally getting in there and you're having a fight between the buyers and sellers. And that's what price is. So we look at SPY this morning. What happened? The buyers are willing to pay up. The sellers are willing to sell down. And the buyer comes back on the second hour of the trading day to buy up again. It's a broadening formation. Look at this. They open, high of day, low of day, and they're trying to crawl their way back up to high of day, right? This buyer's just not really taking the offer. They're kind of just walking their orders up right now. Q's goes 2230. So you can see off the 5-ers down in here, reclaim of this. Good. And then off the 15-minute, it hasn't came back. So that's good. We want to just let it do its thing. Now they might triangle they out. So since we're inside 60, it's more likely to like stop people out and then try again. But for now, they're good. They're nowhere near reversing. If we go to tech, they also went 32s up. So that buyer's in there right now, even though they're consolidating on the 60-minute. Second 60 of the day, that buyer's still present. If we go to semis, semis has been going up. So as the market continues to get stronger, semis is still strong. We go to QCOM, right there, it goes momentum. And QCOM, this is just like the 3-2. You get this hammer and it breaks, it should go instantly. Because if this daily buy order is still being put in, and they're buying this month, they're buying this week, it's like everyone's buying, all right. When that breaks, if everyone's buying and these guys got short, it should just go. Because that's what it's what it shows us. It shows us there's either profit taking here or short selling, and then it broke. So when we look at this, The stop would be the second it's back below that level. Didn't work. Now, depending on your evidence, you can widen it. But when it comes to momentum hammer into long green bars like this, it should just explode. If it doesn't, what it shows you is whoever sold in here, they might be sitting here with some, limit sell orders or something at high day. So we have to re-break and chew through that order. Because at this point, it's not going down. So we'd prefer to re-break that. Sarah's mentioning NASDAQ 100. You can see the hammer. So this is the same broadening formation. Look at this. Goes up. Then the seller comes in. Sells down. Then the buyer comes back. And then hammer right there. That buyer is trying to take a hold of that seller and take him out here. And that would give you... Yeah, that should take him out. All right, Sarah's in force right now. Get. She's saying get. Get, Q's, get. So they bought the first 30 of the 60. Now they're trying to come back and buy more. Teslers. So you can see Tesla. Now we do have some profit taking. It's not reversal. It's retracement. It's inside bar. So you can walk your stops up to pretty much right here, 427.42. And if you're in 0 DTEs, you can walk more aggressively or even reduce right now on profit taking. Ideally with 0 DTEs, you want to reduce into the highs. So when we blast in a new high day and then open, you either want to sell it right as it's going into the highs or right when that opens and one tick red. But for now, it's still good. So I'm still sticking around. SPY goes inside 30 up, so that's confirming what Q's is trying to do. We go Dow Jones. Dow Jones, no 30s. So Dow is not participating. IWM is not participating. So we still have some weakness there where they're not willing to buy the Dow and IWM. We look at materials, still down. Real estate's utilities still down. Communications still down. Biotech's 3260 reversal. So while they aggressively buy tech, they're selling off all this other stuff. Now, it's not inherently bearish for technologies, but if we were to see this stuff come in, either as like inside 60s or something, that would be not a good thing. What I want to see is these guys firm back up and just get everything jammed to the highs again. But we will have to find out. For now, Google's still coming off the 60s and firm. Apple's still firm. Tesla's still firm. At the highs. We're going to have so many inside 60s. It's going to be wild. Get Meta. Yeah, I mean, so we had that reclaim at low day we pointed out. Went 30s down, and then that didn't work. It reclaimed it to go the other way. So it's up 4. Still 30s good. Still inside 60. So yeah. Yeah. Just be careful that inside 60. It's still an inside weak, which makes it a little trickier in there. Especially if it's mother bar 60. So just be careful not to chop yourself up. Patience is what Sarah's saying. You got inside 30 up, SPY, still. You still got Q's 2's up. So give us high day QQQ and give us all-time highs. That's exactly what we called for on the 15-minute. 422.04, 1 penny above all-time highs. That's what you're looking for. Yell get. Do I know JR Greatness Trades? Yeah, I think so. I'm like 90% sure. I've talked to him on Twitter a few times. SPY off the inside 32-1-2 reversal. Kicks into full time frame continuity up SPY. Every participant a buyer. IWM and Dow still not participating, just SPY and Qs. Dow is still firm though. So it's not really probability, it's what's true. Because probability, it imposes the belief that something is, it's It's like, oh, if this happens, it has a 61.29% chance of, it's like, it's not exactly how it works. It's more like if everyone's buying SPY, it's going to go to all-time highs. If they're done buying, it's not going there. Now, if they're buying SPY and QQQ and tech and semis, you have a higher likelihood to keep going up because you have a bigger group of buyers. You have them buying everything versus just buying SPY and nothing else. So it's about evidence, not probability. Oh, sorry, did I mute? Did you hear me say that the evidence probability stuff or no? Okay, good. I muted my mic and I looked down and I was like, I wonder if it was turned on or not. But you can think it's kind of like if you get on a freeway and you start driving, it's like, what's the probability you're going to get to your destination like 10 miles down the road? It's like, well, if you don't turn around, you're going to get there. Even if you don't want to. Like if you're going past the destination, if you don't turn around, you're going to get there and then you're going to keep going. So it's more like how much evidence do you have that the car is ripping down the freeway at 100 miles an hour going, from A to B? So that evidence has to do with, analyzing all the indexes, all the sectors, and then all their holdings, or multiple time frame analysis. So like if we look at Dow Jones, for example, when it was down here, the month was red. So we did not have the month for evidence. But the second the week went green, Monday's open was right here. Anytime, so notice this. It's not when the week goes green, it has to become outside week. It is anytime the week is green, it is attempting to go outside week. Because if the week is green, they're ripping down the freeway going 100 miles an hour trying to become an outside bar. But if the week is red, the buyer's not present. We don't have any evidence that, they're ripping down the freeway trying to become an outside bar. So it's if this is true, then this must be happening. It's not if this is true, then this has to happen. Because what's true can change. Like if we look at semis, we can say semis going to all-time highs, and it does right here, 1 penny higher. Now, that might change what it's doing. But then the question is, how would it change? It's like, okay, this, like you go on Twitter, oh, the semis are crashing. It's like, okay, how are you going to change the monthly open? It's 80 points lower. It's like, are they really crashing this month? No. It's like, oh, the semis are crashing. It's like, well, they bought it Tuesday, then they bought Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. It's like, they're not crashing. You'd at least have to have that week red, which is what we had early in the week. But the daily guys changed that because they started buying Tuesday and they didn't stop. So it's evidence. Like if we go to APLD, this is a really good example of what you want to be looking for. So last month's highs, 38.54. This month's open, 34.21. So notice this. So beginning of the month, this is like, it's like right in here. The month goes green, so they're buying this month and they're buying this week. So if we look in there, you can see Monday they bought, the week and month daily guys they buy. Then they come back, they buy more. Then they come back, they buy more. Then whenever the day is red, monthly, weekly guy, they're not buying today. Whenever this day is red, monthly, weekly guy, they're not buying today. But did the month or week change? No, right? The week was still green, month was still green. So they just weren't buying today. It's just different. It's literally buying, it's buyers and sellers. It's like they weren't buying today. Then next week opens Monday, they tick down. So it went slightly red, but the second that week goes green, you're going outside day because that monthly, weekly buyer is buying Monday. Then Tuesday, nothing. Wednesday, they buy some more. Thursday, they buy some more. Friday, reversal. Now these guys have to take profit. So it's like, is it still going up this month? And was it going up this week? This past, last week here? So yeah, it was, but they have to take profit. Right there, when that reverses, they start taking profit. It's red on the day. Then the new week opens. This is Monday. The week goes red. The day goes red. At that point, you had no evidence of the monthly buyer anymore. So boom, forces everyone to take profit. Now, is the month still green? It is, 34.22. You just didn't have evidence they were buying this week on Monday. Tuesday opens, they're still selling. Wednesday opens, now the monthly buyer comes back. Daily buyer comes back. Thursday opens, look at this. Monday's open, this is the week. When that goes green on the week, where's it going? Outside week, up there. So the second the week goes green, now the monthly, weekly, daily, 60, everyone's a buyer, boom, blows them out. Whoever's trying to short this, thinking it's turning over, completely incorrect. So it's all about evidence. What do you have evidence of? If there's a monthly buyer, are they here this week? If they're here this week, are they here today? Are they here right now on the 30-minute? They are. Because the day's green, week's green, month's green, and the 30's green. The only issue we got here is we're inside 60 still. So when this inside 60 closes in 17 minutes, then when those 60s break, it could go crazy. We'd see semis probably go flying. We'd probably see tech go even faster to the highs here. And then anything already going up, right? Apple, like we've been saying, buy Apple. Like, market's going down, this one's going up. That we'd want to know about that, especially when the market firms back up. And Powers right now, he's long full load. Powers is dumping his full load. He's gonna have a lot of children here. He's got SNDK, MU, AMD, and Tesla, which he was late there. And Powers, if you don't know, he trades like hundreds of thousands of shares. He's a big trader, very good trader. So you see Tesla inside 15 at the highs. MU, 2260, they're still gunning. And notice what MU's doing, right? It's like, what is it doing right now? Well, they're buying this week, this month, today, right now, 2260. So where's it going? Outside week, right? If you get on the freeway and you freaking slam on the gas pedal, you're trying to go up there. That's how you can think of it. But it's got to stay true, right? Because the fact about price that makes trading more tricky is the fact that 80% of trading is algorithmic. 80% of all volume on the New York Stock Exchange is algorithms. So if that's true, they have to be told when to start buying, when to stop buying. So every 60 minutes, those algorithms turn on and off and on and off. And that's why you'll see things like QQQ, right? It's like in the morning, what were they doing? It's like, well, they're kind of fighting it back and forth in here. Right on the flip, boom, we're a buyer now. Right? They changed what they're doing back in the direction of our evidence, which is what we wanted. And when you pair that with the lower low in here and everyone's short, you just blow out all the shorts. Notice our fiver, right? We mentioned the fiver on SPY and Qs. 2 fiver, 2 2 2 2 2 1 2 add 2 2 2 2. It's like there she goes. Yar she blows, gone. Now on Tesla, you can see on the 15, they're still taking profit off the highs. So like we said with the 0 DTE guys, you want to be more aggressive on that just because, when they rip up here 2% really fast, when it drops like this, now you're down like half of your gains are gone just because of the way that works. Now, if they are going to keep ripping in Tesla, what we'd want to see is tick down. So this right here, this is triangled out. You're making lower lows during a daily uptrend to the 15-minute. So you'd want to see them stop some guys out in here and then try and get it back up again. How do we know to buy Qs and not SPY? If you look at the past 20 years of price action, Qs has always led SPY. Always. Since like technology has existed, it's always just been the better investment. But how would you know by price and time? When we look at Qs, they reversed first. And we pointed that out. We're like, Qs reverses, SPY still inside. So what does that mean? Buy Qs, don't touch SPY yet. So you can buy Qs on the 15 here that we pointed out right on the flip for you guys to go back to all-time highs. And then when SPY breaks, you go and buy SPY too, because SPY is doing the same thing. It's just going to be a little bit weaker. Because SPY has, if we go to these sectors, SPY has communications in it. So does Qs. But SPY has a lot of financials. It has a lot of staples, a lot of utilities, a lot of real estate, a lot of materials. Whereas QQQ is more semis, tech, QQQ, less of these things that are going down on the second hour of the day. So we just have more evidence in Qs because you can see how we line all these up. We have Qs and then semis and then technologies here. When all of these line up, you got more evidence in Qs. When we look at SPY, if we were to line them all up, it'd be SPY, healthcares, and then it'd be communications, and then you'd have energies, and then you'd have utilities. And you can see, we look at SPY, it's like on the second hour of the day, they're selling healthcares, they're selling this, they're selling this. So we have less evidence SPY, although it's also going up with tech. So it's just gonna be a little slower because these are dragging the SPY down. And you got to remember, the SPY is an average of 500 stocks. So if you have, 200 stocks going up and 150 going down, SPY will go up. It's just not going to go up very fast. Versus if you have every stock in QQQ going up and every sector in QQQ going up, oh my goodness, that's going to go up fast, right? And that's what you're looking for. You want to see when the whole market's doing the same thing. And when we look at what the whole market did, this is how you knew to buy it. Right here. Tuesday, they went down, but came back. Wednesday, reversal tech, reversal semis Wednesday, reversal APLD, reversal IWM Wednesday, right? All of these reverse Wednesday. SPY reverse Wednesday. So notice what they did. Market goes down for a couple days, and then Wednesday, they go and buy everything. The algorithms were told, buy, take the offer, do it now, do it in IWM, do it in tech, do it in semis, do it in SPY. Then the next day opens, they're told to do the same thing. Then the next day opens, they're told to do the same thing. And that's just been true. It hasn't changed. Does that answer your question, Brian? And like, we can just look at semis, right? It's like, did semis go down? No. So semis had to be stronger on the second 30 of the day than SPY, because SPY went down. So if the market firms up, semis is stronger, which means tech's stronger. Perfect. Good. Let's see if MU gives you the outside. Hey, Sarah, what do you think about, like, in the next 30-ish minutes, I'll hop off here and then me and you can get together? Cat's getting. Yeah, look at Cat. So you can see they did buy that Wednesday, and then they went inside Thursday, so they didn't do anything, and then came back Friday for more. Look at Cat for next week. That's a 1-2-2 rev strat. That's something you look for because you get the triangle, right? It goes down, and then it starts coming back up. You'll have that trigger next week to go after. And this week they're setting that up since they start buying it later in the week. So you can see right now, if we look at the ETFs, like what's brewing up, these are inside bars after a 2, pending a vote because we're waiting for the buyer or seller to actually take the offer. So in 10 minutes, when they close out, I think tech already became a 2, so this could be incorrect. And the data I have is not perfect. Yeah, so it just became a 2, so it's probably going to update in a sec. But we can see SPY, IWM, Dow Jones, these are all inside. So when those break, those will either confirm what's already happening, where you can see things going continuation or things going long. And if we go in here live, you can see tech 2 up, TAN, semis, Bitcoin miners, hack ETF. These are all going up right now. And then we also have all this stuff going down. So when you look at tech, you got 7 going up. Look at semis, you got 3 2s up. ARM, ON, SWKS. We should have more in here. So I think there might be a data issue I've got this morning. But you get the gist, right? They're going up. You see Q's on the 15 coming into high a day very shortly from your 15 reversal after triangle layout. Tesla setting up the hammer rev strat 15, so 8 minutes. Hopefully we can set it up. Sounds kinky. Well, I'll let you guys know, and you guys let me know what you think. But what me and Sarah want to do is we want to take a small group of traders and work with them and work as a small group. Now, it would be more expensive than, something like our premium room, which is priced differently since it's a large group and we can help talk to everyone at the same time. But if you're interested in that, you let me know in the chat. It would be over multiple weeks, and we'd work with you for your trade plan and going through your trades and fixing whatever you're doing incorrectly. Live trading together too. That's there's a possibility of that too. Yeah. You see Tesla, they're not quite setting it up yet, so we'll see if that can get up there. La 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 la. Well, we got about 8 minutes. And if you have a scanner where you can scan those inside bars, that's what we're going to want to look at next. Oops. When streaming, the other one's working with the small group. Yeah, we were thinking something along those lines. Just because, we do have 2 of us. So we'll be able to alternate days and whatnot. So right now we have 800 inside bars across the market. So you pull up the scanner, we just go current candle 1, boom, 837 across our 1,400 names. So you can see over half of what we're tracking is inside 60. So if you're looking at SPY and Qs and you're like, why is it not really going that fast? It's like, well, 800 names are not going anywhere right now. So when we're looking in here, what we can do is we can filter these a few different ways. We can first take that list, copy it. Then we can go and make sure we're not trading inside months since we're so late into the month now. And sometimes just got to clear it. And then we'd prefer, if we're going to be a buyer, to buy things going up this month. We prefer to buy things that are above their month open since we're so late in the month at this point. And ideally 10, 15% above their month opens. So you got 81 names inside 60 above their month opens. So you can see all the leaders this month inside bar. All of these chips inside 60. Now, this could be slightly delayed because I have 15-minute delay on what I'm doing here. We haven't fixed that on my account yet. But it gives us a good idea of it's all the tech stocks. All right. Well, who's up the most this month? We can take a look at those guys first. Wolf, which would be momentum. INOD, which is momentum directional. NBIL, it's still inside week, so we'd prefer that for next week. Let's see. DDOG. Datadog and the Hack ETF, they're just getting it's momentum. Crowd, momentum. So a lot of Hack ETF names, Crowd, DDOG. You got Dell, momentum. So it's a lot of momentum stuff. So what I can do is we can take this same list and then copy it and then see who's see if there's any 2 down days that are coming back through a broadening formation. Lifetime holdings. It's inside week, so not so much there. CoreWeave is an interesting one here. You'd have the 32260, which would change the day. Now, it is going up this month, but you can see it's conflicted. But this week, triangled out. So they triangled out the week, setting up into the end of the month, going into next week. This would set up that weekly hammer for next week as a 32260. So CoreWeave is an interesting one to be watching on the flip. Waiting on Trump and Warsh here. Need him to have a very dovish opener to send us to the moon. Giving that Trump is sitting next to him, I assume it happens. Can we get the stream here? I'm gonna be hopping off soon anyways, which is kind of sad if we're gonna have that news coming out. Yeah, here it is on AP. Wow, a lot of Chinese stuff going on in there.
Until I open Monday.
All right. I'll pull this up on my other screen, so we'll just hold off and see when they start speaking. And since we have 800 names inside, it's like, why are they inside? Well, probably because they want to see what these guys are going to say. The thing with Warsh is he wants to cut rates, at least supposedly, because Trump wants him to do that. So that's a lot of why the market's been really firm. If we go to QCOM, by the way, QCOM's still at the highs. There's people in this chat saying QCOM puts here, QCOM puts here. It's like, is QCOM going down today? Nope. Everyone's screaming, buy crypto, buy crypto. It's like, well, is crypto going up this week? Inside week? Nope. Oh, this is so funny. Let me see if I can go, add display capture. Okay, let me see if I can. I think this would be funny. Oops. We might have to stay a little longer just to see what happens here and to see what everyone's saying. All right, sorry about that. Just takes a second. All right, we'll put it up over the monthly on the left. All right, let's see what they're saying. Silver to 200. Let's see. Okay, so everyone's talking about silver. If we look at silver, what's it doing today? Inside bar, 2 down week. So they did, stop some guys out, triangle out. Doji month. So is silver a buy right now? Technically, no. Now, if they decide to come out and they're like, yep, we're going to cut rates, we're going to negative rates or something crazy, then you'd probably see metals go nuts. But at this point, the only way this would become a buy is if we take yesterday's highs out, we take the weekly open out, and then we kick in a full time frame continuity above that. So silver buy, not quite. QCOM puts here. You can see that guy's screaming it in the chat. Let's see. Intraday. Now he has a shooter 30, so he has 30 minutes to have his QCOM puts and see if those work out. Here's the new 60 flip. So mind the flip. Algorithms are told when to buy and sell and when to stop buying and selling. On the flip, SPY becomes slight 2 up, but we know a 2 can become a 3, so we want to see that stay 2 above 747.88. You'd have the inside up SPY. You have Q's inside up. Dow Jones is continuing up. IWM is close to inside up, so that is what we're seeing to start the flip. That tells you tech and semi should follow through, more than likely. if that's true, or if that stays true. If we pull up all the index or the ETFs, we can see financials go 222, utilities go 222. So these 60 reversals, financials, utes, they confirm. Gold goes inside up, gold miners goes inside up, gold miners goes inside up, silver miners goes inside up, and silver goes inside up. So right when they come out, to show their hand just before they start speaking here, they're buying a little bit of gold miners, a little bit of indexes above those 60 equilibriums. And then financials and utes firm up. But that can change. So when we're looking at these, we have to understand outside bars occur. So you can see it ticks up, but when it comes back inside and then two up and slightly red, at that point it puts you at risk of a 3 occurring. So this is still subject to change, and it looks like they just went live. So now we're going to see if they jump up there and start speaking. So Tesla for now, inside 3060. So they're not changing anything. Day, week, month, still green. So it's profit taking. But they have that inside 30 where they could change something. In the ideal scenario, if we were to see huge rally or huge move off of this, we'd want to see them triangle out first. It's much harder if they go directly into high day versus if they go low a day, triangle out again, and then start going back to the highs with the broadening formation. So for now, they're very slightly red. Still waiting for that speaker to come in. It's crazy to see how much Chinese characters are in the AP stream. Uppies. I want to see it go up too. It's got to be green on those 60s. Get her moving. So far, just being 2 up in red, it's profit taking, but it's not a reversal. Tesla inside 30 down. So they're selling off some Tesla now on the flip, bringing them back in. So you can see right on the new 60, they went from buying to profit taking inside 30 down. Wow, the AP's putting ads in the stream. Crazy. Everyone's arguing. China's number 2. Gosh. You see SPY, they're still staying firm for now, so not changing. I think they're just waiting to see what he says. I think everyone's waiting to see what he says. They're all like, short QCOM. QCOM puts here, guys. It's so funny. It is nowhere near changing what's going on today. Nowhere near changing what's going on this week or this month. So what we want to see, and you can see how they're all like, short QCOM, short QCOM. I think it's turning over. It's like, well, is it? You're nowhere near changing that. So today, no, it's not turning over today. It's turning over for 30 minutes. So what you'd want to see is momentum. It's called a 2 up, 2 down, 2 up, and it blows out anyone trying to short this thinking it's rolling over, because you're pairing those guys in the chat who are like, short QCOM, short QCOM. You'd be pairing them with weekly, monthly, daily buyers with a 222. So we'll see when they start speaking. He's got 20 minutes if they're going to set that up. The other thing you might see is 322 on the 15er. So funny. The king is coming. Oh gosh, these people are hilarious. Tesla's still 30s down. So while the market sits at the highs, Tesla no go. No. It is not. Now they're switching camera angles. It looks like the man himself is going to be walking through any moment. Unless they're just testing it out. Anyone know when he's scheduled to actually come out? It's probably 10 minutes ago for all I know. The swearing-in ceremony. He's hinting at raising rates. That'd probably be the smarter play. Until they can get those oil prices to come back down. For now, oil has been double inside month, so they're really getting tight in oil. Tight ranges. See real estate's firm up on the 30s with AMT. Could argue that raising short-term rates could lower long-term rates. Dude, it's like witchcraft. Who knows? It's like... If you guys want to know what to actually, or what's probably the best thing to go after, I'm still going to suggest Solana if you're a longer-term investor. Over the next couple of years, I still really like that one. Right now, we don't have many signals to make it go this week or, this month. Not in force. But these prices are good. Yeah, I definitely prefer to rev strat that Tesla's. Raise rates and get fired on day one would be hilarious. That'd be kind of funny. So SPY and Qs, they're still, just slightly coming back in. No reversals yet. So it just looks like some slight profit taking just before it gets sworn in, but that's about it. Futes on the 60 still very green and in force for 17 more minutes. If they can triangle that out and get back up there, yeah. China, yep. It's supposed to be Kevin Warsh's swearing in ceremony. Look at QCOM right here. So that guy's screaming in the chat. QCOM puts, look at this, reclaims the 3 right at 240.03. That guy's about to get blown out of his short if he has got a short on. Incorrect. QCOM puts here. Now. All right, let's take you out. Don't fight the machine, yeah. Buy, take the offer, do it now. I'm going to short it. Are you? I don't think so. Triple top. Oh, man. Oh, man. If I order KFC, it arrives faster than Trump. That's so funny. This is like brain rot finance bro chat room. Oh, man. So let's see what they're doing. How are they positioning before, the swearing in ceremony? Well, they're buying some small cappers still. Look at that. IWM is breaking the 60s up. And they turn the algorithms on. Utilities, staples, right? So they're buying some defensive stuff. They're buying some materials, which does, add more evidence to the upside, but it's also the defensive sectors. But, it's very small. Indexes, they're still just right at the highs. Still full time for continuity up. It's like a few pennies higher, and those algorithms are on. If we go to Costco in the staples, they're closer to going 60s back up. Walmart, they're firmed up as well. Pepsi went 222.60. It's got a hammer day as well at the bottom of the triangle. So while they go after staples, Pepsi is notable. Financial, so they're buying financials, staples, utes, materials on this flip. And you can see on tech, 3-2 down 15ers tech, they're taking some profit there. If we pull it up over here, you can see that. We can see Tesla on the 30s still coming back in, closer to being a 60 down, but it's still inside. Except we know what we're talking about. Yeah, true. So you see IWM, it's going in force. So they're buying some small caps, which is more than likely telling you that these indexes will re-break if that stays above 285.02 IWM. While they buy financials, materials, Utes, staples as a reversal. There he is. Trump walks out. Look at QCOM. 3, 2, 2. Boom. It's a triple top. Well, if you got stops above high a day, you're taken out already. QCOM puts here. Triple top. You guys ready for this? That guy's going to get taken out. So for now, they're still defensive posturing and flat on the rest. I'll turn it on so you guys can hear this.
It's an honor, and today I'm thrilled to welcome you to the White House, the most beautiful building. I love this building. We fix it up all the time. That's the real estate business in me.
It's a beautiful building.
Tippy-top shape, finally. But for the
semis, they're 15 inside down.
Chairman of the Federal Reserve Board of Governors, Kevin Warsh. Kevin?
So Q's 2215 down, coming back into those inside bars on the 60-minute. I'm going to turn that down a little bit. But semis and Q's 15ers back down on the flip, so they're taking some profit there still, and still going into defensive posturing. Staples, materials, Utes. Still nowhere near an outside 60 yet.
That we've ever had. I really believe that. I think he's got abilities that very few people have. He has a lot of character, and he's respected by everybody, and it's so important in that position. Congratulations to Kevin and to his wonderful wife, Jane. Jane, thank you very much. Fantastic. And to your very beautiful family. A beautiful family.
Q's 15er magnitude hit makes the 60 a little redder, but hasn't changed the day of the week or the month. So you can see semis, they're just stopping people out, taking these guys out, the nearby pivot guys.
Secretary of the Treasury, he's like central casting.
So if you look in here, you still got Q's coming back, semis, tech. So notice that algorithm, they're taking profit in all these guys. SPY a little bit as well. Still this defensive posturing into all of these as 260s.
He's done a good job. Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins. Brooke, thank you. Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick. Thank you, Howard. Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy. Thank you, sir. Acting Secretary of Labor, Keith Sonderling. CIA Director, John Ratcliffe. Thank you, John. OMB Director, Russell Vogt. Russell, thank you, Russell. White House Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles.
Tesla still holding its inside 60.
Economic Council, the other Kevin. I was, they kept talking about Kevin, and he's a good man you're going to be working with. Kevin Hassett.
Communications goes 322 back to the upside.
Director of the Federal Housing Finance Agency, Bill
IWM is still inside 60 up in force and still 2 up day. Still 2 going 3 week in the small caps. Real estate's just about to become a 2 up 60 as well. So you can see a lot more defensive, boring stuff that they're buying a little bit of while he's speaking here. Ute, staples, financials, materials, real estates. Semis still not reversing the 60s, so it's just profit taking as far as we know. IWM is still in force. So more than likely, we will see these things flip back up towards the direction of what IWM and these, more defensive names are doing.
Elise Stefanak. Elise. And a highly respected guy, another friend of mine, French Hill. Thank you, thank you. Also with us, former Vice President Dan Quayle. Haven't seen Dan Quayle in a long time. Where's Dan Quayle? Wow. You look good.
And I'll be back in just 1 minute.
You look good. That's nice to see you, Dan. Very nice. Former Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy. Kevin. Good guy. Former Secretary of State, Condoleezza Rice. Highly respected. Highly respected by everybody. Me too. Former Governor Glenn Youngkin. Done a great job. Great governor of Virginia, and they try and take it apart as fast as they can, but you did a really fantastic job. Thank you very much, Glenn. And many others, tremendously distinguished, the biggest leaders of business and the biggest leaders of politics other than the ones we mentioned. This is quite an assemblage of talent. I see the Southern District over here. Will you stand up, please, Southern District? Jay, stand up. And I don't know if our
These meals changed everything for me. I'll admit it, I was skeptical about ready-to-eat meals, but then I tried Factor, and after one bite, I was sold. Everything is fresh, flavorful, and honestly, just feels good to eat. You can tell these meals are made by real chefs. I love that they have meals that fit my needs, whether it's low carb, high protein, or Mediterranean. I don't have to think about what's for dinner anymore. It's all taken care of, and it actually tastes amazing. Chef-prepared meals delivered fresh. Try Factor. You might be surprised too.
It's here! Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now, you can get up to 70% off everything home with fast shipping right to your door. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Kevin Warsh. Kevin received a degree in public policy from Stanford University and then earned a JD from Harvard Law School. He studied under the renowned economist Milton Friedman and was mentored by the legendary Secretary of the Treasury and Secretary of State George Shultz, all legendary names, really. Kevin has worked at the highest levels of the financial world as an executive in the private sector. He did very well, and he served at the highest reaches of government as a senior economic advisor in the White House. He knows the White House very well. He's walking through the White House. He's pointing things to me that I didn't even know. At the age of 35, he became the youngest ever Federal Reserve governor. For the past 15 years, Kevin has been a fellow at Stanford's Hoover Institution, and his credentials really are second to none when you hear them, and there's plenty more. I know that Kevin has the deepest respect and reverence for the institution he will lead starting today. We're so lucky to have him. The Federal Reserve is a pillar of the world financial system and the most important central bank anywhere in the world. With a history stretching back more than 100 years, it is truly the institution that's most looked to and most respected, and it's now taken on a new and even higher respect, in my opinion. And honestly, I really mean this. This is not said in any other way. I want Kevin to be totally independent. I want him to be independent and just do a great job. Don't look at me. Don't look at anybody. Just do your own thing and do a great job. Okay? Unfortunately, Unfortunately, in the eyes of many,
All right, we're back.
this way in recent years, it became distracted by concerns far removed from its core mission, its mandate, drifting into matters such as climate policy and DEI initiatives, with the Fed straying from its mandate while the last administration blew out the deficit. Americans suffered the worst inflation that we had in history. It was the worst inflation we've ever had. As you know, there's some people say you're wrong about that. It was only in 48 years, but I think 48 years almost sounds worse. The worst inflation we've ever had, so it made it very difficult. Kevin has spoken often about the need to restore the Fed's integrity by returning to a proper focus on its two functional and really fundamental responsibilities: maintaining price stability and low inflation, and achieving full employment. And we talk about it, we've talked about it often. And right now we have the most people working in the United States than we've ever had. We have never had as many people working right now in the United States. And it's something that I like to say, and it's been pretty much that way ever since I've been president. When I go back to the first term, I had those numbers too, and I kept them. And we've done things that are really amazing, but we can bring it to a new and higher level with Kevin. I think we can bring it to a level that nobody ever thought possible.
Tesla setting up a nice RevStrat 30 into full time frame continuity.
Among Americans all across the political.
And we can see if we look at QCOM, we had that nice little broadening formation, stop them out. Then it starts coming back into this little, tiny little broadening formation at high day. Highs, lows, highs, back to the lows again. So we'll see if we get the nice triangle all these guys out. And then give us that outside week. That'd be ideal. If we take a look at the Qs, you can see they did sell them into here, stopping out the tight stop guys, but it didn't reverse anything. The day, the week, the month, they're still green. So at this point, you can see our 15ers down in here, those 2-2s. Notice how price never came back to that. The lowest it went was $1.50 on the downside of this. So for now, it's still holding firm in the Qs. If we go to Tesla's, red to green on the 30. So now you have the hammer rev strat into full time frame continuity. That's something we look for. Got a minute for those to close out. And if we look at the more defensive sectors, staples, they didn't buy much more. Utilities are still going after those. Materials, they didn't buy too much more of that either. So if they want to go back and buy the tech, that's what we'd prefer. Off of the 222 15er. Up, down, and then back up again.
I guess it's a little complex subject, but it's something that Kevin knows about better than probably anybody here. He has the temperament and leadership abilities to foster collaboration among the entire board, and I know he will welcome robust debate. In his mission to keep prices stable and employment high, Kevin will have the full support of my administration. Every one of these people felt, including Kevin, by the way, felt so strongly about this choice. And we have no doubt, we have absolutely no doubt. So important, too. So big, so important.
All right, second 30s of the 60s open up. Do they confirm that selling that they're doing or negate?
That means they like you.
So you can see SPY, it's a little closer to 2230s back down. If we go to Qs, it's a little bit closer to 30s back down. They open as ones.
It's actually up to 50,702. So that's as of about 12 minutes ago. Now, who knows? But I think it can only go up. I think with you, it's only going to go up. That was a number
It's
that
only going
was
up.
reachable during my entire 4 years. If you look at some of the great pundits, they said, well, 50,000 would
So
be
SPY
impossible.
and Dow, they go
Sometimes
30s down.
hit it in the first year, but now we're really hitting it. And think of it, it's up to 50,702. And S&P likewise set a new record today. They both set new records today, and boy, that's something good. But you're going to bring it to a much different level.
Did the SPX set a new record
it's good,
today? I don't think it
but
did.
It can go much better. And that's what I think you're going to do. In my first year, we passed the largest tax cuts.
Tesla RevStrat
in
30's
American
up.
history, the
Tesla
largest
with
regulation
full time frame
cuts in
continuity.
American history, and the largest
So while the market's
spending
down, they're
cuts
still
in
buying some
American
Tesla.
history, all things that are so important to greatness. And last year,
And that would
we
set up an
slashed the
inside
budget
60
by
2212
almost $500
continuation,
billion.
or
At the same
maybe it
time, our
becomes a 2.
military was at 1.2 trillion, and we'll be doing the one thing we are going to be doing is, and we build everything in America.
Look at Tesla,
we
come
build
on.
it here. It's jobs,
Give us
jobs,
high
jobs,
day.
but it's also strength, strength, strength. We're going to be submitting a military budget for $1.5 trillion. We have
For
the
now, Qs, no
greatest
30s
military in the
reversal,
world.
so
I built it during my first
2
term.
up, a 1 on the
I
Qs.
didn't
They're
know
still
we
holding the
used it
trend.
so much in my second term, but they gave away a little bit of
Spies
it
it.
during somebody else's term.
2 going
Obviously, but it's a
330 to
very
re-break
small
the
part
60.
relative to the whole, but we have the greatest military in the world. I was with President Xi, and I said to him, "We have the greatest military in the world," and he actually didn't agree. We had a great meeting.
He didn't agree.
disagree with me on
Oh, no,
that
he didn't
very
disagree.
much, I
Oh,
will tell
that's
you.
funny.
But we really do what we've done in Venezuela. You see what we've done to Iran. Iran is dying to make a deal. We'll see what happens. But we hit them hard, and we had no choice because Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. They cannot have it. So I promised to cut 10 old regulations, as you know, in my first term, for every new regulation. If you put a new regulation in, that's fine, but you had to cut at least 10. And so far, and I did that. It was actually
What a
1 to
smart
12,
idea,
so I did
actually.
a little bit better. So far, we're blowing it away this year.
RGTI,
So far,
boom.
it's 1 for 129. In other words, we're cutting 129.
Good thing to know about
regulations
yesterday and get into.
that we put
Get.
in, so that's music to ears. We don't even have to go through Congress for that. It's
Same
a
with
lot easier.
QUBT,
If
they're
I do
still
it, it's
getting
a lot
2.
easier.
Going
But
outside
all of
week.
these actions are aimed
And
at lowering
QBTS,
costs,
they are
creating jobs,
pounding
and
them.
driving
Look
economic
at that.
growth.
And that simultaneous
Jobless
inside 60
claims recently hit the
all the way up
lowest
here,
level
still
since
good.
1969 under
27%.
our leadership.
27% off an inside 60. That's good stuff.
Look at that, just in a short period of time, more Americans are working today, as I said, than ever before, and very importantly, 100% of the net new jobs under
Here it is,
this
high day Tesla.
administration have been created in the private sector, which is a number.
So while, indexes, people will look at these, especially if they're on like a 1-minute basis, right? They'll look at this, be like, oh, it's a rolling over, right? It's not rolling over. It's consolidating. It's still on the 60s, or you'd say on the 30s, at least in the Qs and semis. So while that happens, when Tesla goes RevStrat 30, anyone trying to short Tesla, like, oh, it's rolling over, boom, RevStrat to the face, and their stops, if they're against high a day, we want to take those guys out. And if indexes end up firming up, for now they're kind of just flat. But if they end up going back to the highs, we'd see hopefully Tesla go further.
Jobs, we're all private jobs, and the jobs are coming. We're building more plants, more equipment than anybody any president's ever done, any administration's ever done. And the number I like the best is we have $18 trillion.
High day
being
Tesla, there it
invested
is.
in the
That's your
United
target.
States for 11 months, not 12. We haven't gotten the results from 12 yet. We're pretty new. But in 11 months, we have $18 trillion being invested with a T.
Now I'm not
being
sure.
Invested in the United States, and the record was $3 trillion many years ago by a different country that I actually just left. Starts with a C, but we have, and that was 3. And we're at 18 trillion. We're building factories, car plants, everything, AI, everything, all over the country. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And I have to say, I have to give the credit to what I used to say was my favorite word of all, but I got in such trouble because when I said tariff is my favorite word, the media went crazy. They said, what about your wife, your family? What about God? What about religion? So I said, okay, good. I'll make it my 5th favorite word, right? But because of tariffs, we have tremendous amounts of, the car companies are all coming back. They left us for 35, 40 years. They left us. We will have 50% of the chip making capability of who that man right there is. Let's stand up, will you please? But is that right? We're going to have 50% by the time I leave office, and maybe more than that. They're moving in from Taiwan. They're moving in from other places, and they're building in Arizona in particular, in that particular case. But between the auto plants. We have more auto plants under construction now than we've ever had before. We went many years and there was no plant built. And it's all due to what we did with tariffs, I guess November 5th, but all because of the tariffs and what they've done, used properly, used judiciously. So it's really something special. So we have all these plants under construction. They'll be completed over the next year and a half, and you're going to see numbers like we've never seen in this country before. No country has ever seen the kind of numbers you're going to see. And we have some of the people in this room, I look at them, some of the geniuses that are building.
While Trump's speaking here, we see him going after Crowd, DDOG, FTNT, a lot of the hack ETF names, the cybersecurity space, along with the quantums. Now, when we look at the indexes on the 60s, they're still red. They're not really in force on the 30s at this point, so they're not doing too much. When we look at the VIX is still at low of day. UVXY is still at the lows.
The growth that we're going to experience and that we're already experiencing, but that we're going to experience. And one of the things that you see early on is we have the highest number of construction jobs we've ever had, and that's because they're building all of these plants, the auto plants, all of these plants are being built, including medical. Medical is pouring back in. Eli Lilly and so many of they're building 6 major plants. They're going to make almost all of their medicines here. We learned during COVID, it's not good to be held hostage by foreign countries. We're building all of these plants here. Lilly, Pfizer,
Utility is on the
all of them, they're all
2260, almost a
building,
high a day now.
Tens of billions of dollars worth of medical plants. We're going to have almost all of our medicines made in our country, which is a really good thing to have. During 4 years of Biden, our country secured less than $1 trillion. Think of that, though, and we're doing $18 trillion, and everyone's talking about that because nobody's ever seen anything like it. And a short time ago, and I say this often, the King of Saudi Arabia said to me 2 years ago, he said, I was over there, and by the way, they invested $2 trillion, but I was over talking to him, getting them.
So after a high day hit on Tesla, you can see the buyers just didn't want to step up anymore. So it's a tiny little win, but
We're a dead country.
indexes are still flat.
Anywhere in the world. We're the hottest country anywhere in the world, and we're going to need guidance, and you're going to give us that guidance. But all of the things that we've done, numbers that have tripled and quadrupled, and we need a really steady hand at probably, maybe, in many ways, the most. I don't know. I have 2 great justices of the Supreme Court here, so I have to say, I don't know which is more important, being a justice of the Supreme Court or your job. I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure. I think I'd rather be a justice between you and I. It might be easier. You're going to find out. You'll be saying that one. That's a very easy job. With the support and strong and wise chairmanship at the Federal Reserve, so important. America's future will truly be unlimited with Kevin at the helm. And he's off to an incredible start with his family, with his education, with his background, with all of the things he's done. He's respected by everybody. So important is to have that level of respect that you can walk into a room and people will listen to you, as opposed to walking into a room and not having that kind of persona. He has a persona like nobody else. So I just want to say congratulations, Chairman Walsh. You are really a special person in getting this job. The people that wanted this job, the most highly trained, highly educated, some of the greatest credentials I've ever seen. And as far as I'm concerned, nobody was even close. And I just want to congratulate you. And I'd like to ask, if I might, Jane to step forward and are very highly respected.
QCOM is firming back up off the bottom of the 5-er triangle again.
Swear in, give him a good oath if you would, because Clarence, we need a really good oath delivered here. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same. without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties of the office on which I'm about to enter.
the duties of the office upon which I'm about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Test, test, test. So let me know if that made it so the volume goes lower when I speak, so you can hear me better over the audio on the desktop.
Granger knows
On
that
Discord,
as
it's
the
probably
procurement
not going to apply.
coordinator at a
For YouTube
manufacturing
stream, though,
plant.
it will. Yeah, so it depends how you're going to manage it, but when you're looking at a signal, so like the rev strat, we have a baked in target because the target is always to take out the broadening formation. So when we hit a target, it is the broadening formation. So if you look at Tesla, when it goes 1, 2, signal, boom, target's up there. Once it hits the target, we have no idea because we know broadening formations exist. So kind of like this. If you have an inside bar and then you take out the high of the bar prior to it, a broadening formation can go the other way. So once we hit it, we call it broadening formation risk or exhaustion risk. And it's just profit taking. So notice how Tesla hasn't changed the 30 or 60 open. Since that hasn't changed, you could say, well, full time frame continuity up, still true. But it's got to stay green. So once it hits that target, initial profit taking can be expected. You'll see they take profit on the fiver, but they did not reverse. They go 1, 1. So it hasn't reversed yet. It did retest, or you could say retrace inside bar, but it did not reverse. So for now, you'd say 30 is still good. And then you got the fibers inside. What we'd say on indexes at this point is SPY, triangle layout on the 30s, slight lower lows. We just need to see them break higher. We haven't seen any change in continuity or reversal there yet. Yeah. But that applies to everything. So you might look at that and be like, well, that's like really such a tiny target. It's only $2. It's like, well, when you go to a bigger time frame, right? You go to a 2-2 on the day. Now that target's $15. So this is why we like big time frame signals with lower time frame signals into them. So like, if we look in here, since we know what a 2-2 looks like on the day, down in here, once Tesla starts firming up off these lows and you can see the reclaim levels, reclaiming this and coming back into the morning range, you can target high of day and use the 60-minute, or maybe it's a 30-minute. Like right here, you have 2 down, 2 up 30. And you might say, well, the 30 only has a target of 14 cents. It's like, yeah, but these guys are short. So when that breaks, boom, all the shorts start covering and now you're in. You hit the trigger and it goes relatively instantly. When that works, then it closes out right up in here at high a day. Now you know tomorrow when it breaks, now you have even further to go. Because that 30 worked, now you got the target on the daily to go after. And then if the day works and you get in there and you add to it, you can see it's now continuing higher up in here. Once this week break next week, now you have all the way up in here at 450 to go after. So we always want to ask ourselves, what's the next 2? What will it create, negate, or do? Which means, you know, if Tesla goes 2 up day, what does it set up? It's like it sets up the hammer week. What does it create? Well, if that sets up the week, it creates full time frame continuity. Month, week, day, everyone's green. So kind of like this morning, when we go to the 15, this target's much bigger. 222, right there, 422.25. So when that kicks in, you have a target of 5. What does that create? Full time frame continuity. It also creates the hammer for next week. So this entry is objectively a little better just because you have more target. But when you're looking at things that are really going with momentum, as you can call it, that'll give you stuff like RGTI from yesterday. It's like it goes up, inside, up, 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 inside. Right here at the close, it goes up. Then it opens again, up, up, up. So it's like, yeah, the target on this might be one penny. But when you zoom it out to the monthly, where's this trying to go? It's trying to go back to all-time highs at $60. So you get 1 penny on the 60, but if that works, now you get all-time highs if this really works out. And then going into next week, you'll have this big outside week that kicked in this week. So you want to time your signals to either create things or confirm what's already going on. So in RGTI's case, you had the broadening formation in here like this. You see they go all the way down, 2-2 day on Wednesday, gaps up yesterday, outside week, because that Wednesday reversal causes outside week. And then the outside week is a reversal above last week's highs. That's continuing up in here at 27. So it reversed here at 20. Now it's 27. And that reversal was confirmed. Inside 60 signal confirms the reversal. Inside 60 confirms the reversal. And they just follow it up. QUBT, but the premiums are getting ripped on the lower time frames. That'll happen. Yeah. When things go crazy, you know, the options will start pricing things in. And that's part of the reason we want to buy it down in here, right? It's like it goes down, inside. When that goes inside up, nowhere near an outside day back down, you know, if we look left, this 3 right here, that's a broadening formation. So when you get back above 1054, where's it going? 1232. So you can buy the 11, you can buy the 12 calls, knowing it's trying to get there, either at the open or later in the day after a triangle layout, like at the close here. Yeah. Yeah, but like, look at this. Do you see how the open of the week is 1054? So when it's above that, overnight, you got the month and the week. So overnight, you have this broadening formation that's playing out right here because of those shorter term time frames. It was weird. Well, how bad were they? Like, what were the 12? I'm not sure what the 12s were sitting at. Like buck 32. Anything over like $1.50, I probably wouldn't have touched it myself if I was sitting in there towards the close. For now, we go to Qs, 2230 down. So they're still negating what's going on. They're not changing the day, week, or month, though, at this point. So we're going to say this is probably just slight triangle layout, and the broadening formation would be right here, 719.69. Because when we go in here, you can see 2-2 reversal. It's a level of reclaim. So it reclaims the highs to target the lows. And once that happens, this becomes your outside bar. So once a 3 or once an outside bar, it's always a broadening formation. So once that happens, you know, if they're going to firm things back up, we'd want to reclaim that. But the only thing is you're going to be fighting that 60. So we'll have to see. They're still going after utilities. So there's still more defensive posturing. There's a little bit of gold miners buying. So far, there's not too much happening. If we go to IWM, IWM is also going 2230 down right there. So this is also trying to go outside 60 with the Qs and the SPY and the Dow. So for now, we're going to say they are taking some profit. You can see that 2230 on SPY we mentioned earlier. They're still coming in towards their magnitude at 746.44. And now Qs hits its magnitude. So these two bars, broadening formation to this. The question becomes, is this 60 going outside, or are they going to reclaim that stuff and try and change it with like 5-minute signals? It's a little tight in here. But you can see once that 30 hits target, the target is the broadening formation like this. So they triangle they out, stopping out these guys. And then if they were going to recover this back into continuity, you'd want to reclaim all these lows on the left. 720, 720, 21. For now, the 60s are pretty bright red on a 60-minute basis. The daily is not, week's not, month's not. So if we go to Tesla's, you can see it hits its target, so it gives you the small win, but that was it. comes back, it's going to stop out any runner you might have. Now, it doesn't mean they can't firm up. Like, we could get 3-3-2-2-2 or something, but for now it's 3-3-2-2-15. It's trying to go outside down in here to the broadening formation down there. So we'll have to see if it sets up again. But you can see SPY, slight tick down in here. Starts coming back just a little bit on these guys. Q's is not yet. And the shorter term stuff is not, it's not that we can't trade it. It's just we want to get those bigger time frame, those 60 signals breaking, those 30s breaking. So we can actually change what's going on. But you can see Qs, now they're starting to reclaim, or at least attempting to reclaim some of this stuff after that 30 magnitude. And we got about 8 minutes. So what we'd want to set up, if we're going to go bullish, is we'd say this is triangle layout. Stops out anyone that was long in here at 10 o'clock. Which means if you bought it down at low day, you're technically okay to, you know, hold a runner or whatnot. But you'd want to see this hammer back and reclaim these lows here on the left and go 2-2-2 if they're going to go back to the highs. For now, they're not doing that yet. If we go to the Utes, you can see utilities off the hammer 60, the 2-2-2, the weekly group, daily group, 60 group, they're still taking the offer in Utes. So it's more defensive stuff. There's slight, very slight buying of materials, very slight buying in the gold miners after yesterday's lows and the flip. So there's not very interested in indexes yet as buyers. QBT was cheap yesterday. They're fluctuating be 40 and 60 bucks, but I was down 40% even without it going reversal, still learning to hold overnight. So it was a little tricky yesterday, mostly because it's a grinder like this. And when it's grinding like this, what's happening, you have to think like this. The buyers, they're just walking up their bids. So it's like every time it goes down, they're just slowly walking up their bids, trying to fill a big order without making this go flying. Then in the morning, it gaps up, and those buyers start taking the offer. It's like, boom, we have to fill our order right now. We tried to fill it yesterday. We couldn't. We have to fill it now because it has full time frame continuity. So when you're looking at this, the only way to get in here with the tight stop is like trying to battle it in on a lower time frame after it triangles layout, which you're going to see very slight. So it's like the fiver in here, slight lower low, and then it goes off to the races. Right in here, slight lower low, back to high day. And then right at end of day, slight lower low, hammer, boom, flying. And that's what sets it up into the next day. So when you're looking at stuff that's gapping up, this tends to be the case. You tend to get more of a grind. Now, it's not guaranteed. Like if we go to IBM yesterday, this gapped up, but it caused a weekly rev strat. It caused full time frame continuity. So when this kicked in, anyone that was short the past couple weeks, anyone that was short back in here, those guys were forced to buy, which sped it up a bit. But you'll see the same thing. It's like, how do you get in the grinder? You wait. Triangle, 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 right there. Boom, gone, right? Really tight stop stuff. But you have to wait for it. You have to let it stop people out. And that's the key. You can look at it and you can say, yeah, it's going up today. But that's not an entry. It has to be, it's going up today, then it triangles out. Now my entry. Now we go for it. If we go back to the Qs right now, on the 30s, you can see the 5 minute, we never got, if we go in here, they try to come back up. They never reverse though. It goes 2 down, momentum shooter, 2 down. So they're starting to lose it a little bit. But these sellers just are not that aggressive. The day is green, the week's green, the month is green. So you want to see these sellers lose out. And it looks like they're done talking on the live stream. So we're just going to close that out. And we'll turn it off for the OBS. We got 5 minutes to the new 60. So it's always, what's the next two? What would it create, negate, or do? It's like, well, gold, silver, gold miners, they're buying gold stuff. So, you know, whatever you want to think about that, but that's what they're buying. They're selling tech, semis, Dow Jones, IBM. They're still kind of sitting up there. So on the flip, just because we're closer to 2 down doesn't mean it has to be bearish, right? but it would be closer to 2-2 reversal, SPY, Qs, Dow. You got inside 60 semis. So the question is, on the flip, do they turn those buy algorithms back on and start sending it? Or do we go 2-260 to stop out more of the morning guys first? We'd prefer just start firming this up here, then go 2 up 60 again and blow out anyone thinking that it's rolling over. And that would be ideal. And they would do that off of this, the slight lower lows in here and trying to come back. So you got like three and a half minutes to the flip to see if they change what they're doing now that the event's over or nah. Taking that risk overnight on good setups. Yeah. So overnight, the thing you have to understand is, like, if you're buying on a 2 down day, it's still trending down. So preferably we don't buy when it's still 2 down, unless you can set up a signal. So it's like when we look in here, this was Friday on RGTI. If you were going to buy it, what you'd want to do is, once it becomes a 2 down day, look for a signal here to create the hammer. And if you successfully do that, then you can say, well, we would be closer to the next 2 on Monday, the next week, to open as a 2 up. Now, this is earnings, right? But the hammer still did what it was supposed to. It takes out the highs. So when you're looking at overnight, the only things in force overnight are the weekly during the week and the monthly and the quarterly, yearly. So those are the time frames you don't look at. It's like, well, what are they doing in RGTI? Or if we go QUBT, what are they doing this quarter in QUBT? 3 to 2 quarter for another month and 9 days. So that's good. When did that kick in, or when does it kick in? 1331. So we didn't have that overnight, but the quarter was green. If we go to the week was nice and green, well above its weekly open for the overnight session. So those weekly buyers, the buyers that buy throughout the week, not just, during the day, but in pre-market as well, you might see those buyers show up. Those guys were present. So when you look at this, you can say, well, 2-1-2 reversal day back into this broadening formation. And then by the close on Thursday, they're nowhere near reversing that. So if you're nowhere near reversal into the close, it's more than likely going to continue. You are still subject to gap risk, though. So that's the only thing. We like to have signals in force overnight. So like, for example, an ARM. So if we look at ARM, we have a 2-2 quarter signal that happened here at 166. And we gave that to you guys on our nightly vid, actually. And we did that here. Let me see, where was it? It was right here. Above 160 is when we pointed that out for everyone, telling you guys it would cause 3-2-2 quarter. Which means if that week works, you can hold it for 3 months. That's how it works. So when this goes inside week up, right, that occurred here, and it works, and you identify that buyer on the quarter still here, you have a quarterly signal up overnight. Above that, 228, you have a weekly signal up overnight. If we go to the month, overnight, the month is green. So you have every reason to believe overnight that you have all the cards in your favor, where everyone's a buyer. So we prefer to have those signals and stuff because that reduces your gap risk. It reduces, the likelihood you're going to get a gap against you. Now, it doesn't make it zero. That's the thing you have to understand, which is why we like, take a small position and then add to it if it starts working. So you have you have a winner going into overnight. Or if you're trading during the day, make a nice winner, and then you can reduce some to reduce your risk on that gap, or if there's going to be a gap. You can see SPY now, new 60s open. They're closer to 15 hammer to have 30 hammer to the upside with full time frame continuity. So we'd prefer to see that. If we go to Qs, the fiver, outside fiver, 3-2. So now the aggressive buyer that showed up on the outside fiver, if we're above that, it would be good. The only thing is we have to trigger other stuff. The 15's not triggered yet. The 30 hasn't triggered yet. So we got to get the 15 going. We got to get the 30 going. And when we go to these indexes, you can see they sold some. There's some selling. Oh, it's rolling over, right? But it hasn't reversed. It goes 1, 2 up, 1. So it's still making higher lows and higher highs in an uptrend. If we go to financials, they're coming back to buy a little more of that. Materials, a little more of that. Healthcare's, you got the inside 60s to break up. They're going to buy gold and silver again and gold miners, so that's notable. So there is some type of buying going on in there, and they're confirming it, which means they have more to buy. It wasn't just for 1 hour. They have more to buy. So it's still a very interesting mix. Yeah. Yes. So signals are evidence, and then the colors of those opens are evidence. The other thing that's evidence is the fact that they're buying all of them. So when you're like, to reduce the gap risk, not to zero, but near zero gap risk, is when you have simultaneous break. So when we go to like RGTI, that went 2-2 on Wednesday, right? So this was Wednesday when that was kicking in. If you go to QUBT, that went inside Wednesday. So this one did not reverse. So you probably wouldn't have been long that one. But if you go to QBTS, that went 2-2 on Wednesday. When we go to RGTI, that went 2-2 on Wednesday. So if that's on your radar and you find that, simultaneous break, RGTI and the others, while QUBT goes inside day. So since you have that simultaneous break, it shows you there's some type of institutional buyer. They're not just buying one of them. They're buying every quantum name they can find. And there's probably some more that I don't know about, but these are some of the main ones, right? IREN. So we go to IREN. They bought that on Wednesday. So when you have that and you identify, okay, well, there's a buyer in here. They're big buyer, institutional buyer, and they're buying all of them. They must know something, or you would just say you have high evidence there's a buyer there. Then when they come back to buy more, now you know for sure they have more to buy. So the second this stuff opens up Thursday as a gap, it's like, yep, you were right. Now go time. So you can layer it on by looking at those correlated assets with everything I've already told you. If we go to the small cappers, IWM, oops. 60's 2 up again, so they're still buying small cappers, just grinding it up in this mother bar problem. So it's just taking their sweet time. We still don't see any semis, any tech buying to really talk about here. If we look at Qs, you can see no 15 reversals, no 30s, no 60s, nothing. So it's just like slowly taking profit. The buyer still has not showed back up yet. Utilities, the buyer comes back to get more. Solar ETF goes inside 60 up, so they're buying some more solars, which is pretty interesting. Run is in there with double inside 60, with Siskiyou breaking double inside 60 in solars. Enphase is not. Solar Edge is not. So you can see when you look at those correlations, it's like 2 of them are breaking, the other 2 aren't. So it's not full simultaneous everything. But you got the ETF and 2 solars moving. So if we look at Qs, that 60 seller who was in here didn't really sell much. It went down 97 pennies. But they're still present and unable to change anything. Uraniums, let's see. So UEC, you could try and set it up for next week, but when I look at this, what I see is, okay, you have a nice broadening formation. That's what you want. So bottom of the broadening formation. Next week, 322. This week, Doji Day, not doing much. Stuck right in the middle of the morning range, not doing much. If these buyers were aggressive, you'd be taking out high a day, and we're nowhere near doing that at this point. This 60 might change that, but we'd like to see them simultaneously do that. CCJ's inside day. URA, the uranium ETF, not doing anything. Uranium miners, not doing anything. So I wouldn't touch that. I'd call you off that. Now, if you're trying to position for next week with a small size, you could try, but we want to reclaim. Because when you reclaim a range, that's when we can actually gauge a target. And it's very, 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 very key. Because you'll notice momentum has signals, it has no targets, or very little targets. But when you reclaim a range, It's like we reclaim this low, we can target the other side. Or if we reclaim these highs, we can target the other side. So whenever we reclaim a range, that's when stuff's going to kick in. So when we look at UEC, it's like, what range are we reclaiming? None. 3 hours stuck in the middle of this. So we're not reclaiming jack anything. And we're not even reclaiming the week. So on a monthly basis, they reclaimed off the daily, but that was a couple days ago. Solars are still going. TAN to the highs. Utes, utilities to the highs. So it's like energy stuff. Not the oil energies, but the tech energies. NRG. Yeah, NRG, that's a little different. So look at this. Zoom out. You can see, here's the broadening formation we drew out months and months and months ago. Goes to the top of it, to the bottom of it. Where's it going? Back up there to 200. So that's a good thing. Going into the end of the month, what's it creating? The 122 rev strat. So if we can reclaim this 3 outside month, that's a broadening formation. You're going to 189 plus. And if we look at this week, the outside week reversal, it's one of the most aggressive forms of reversal. So next week, you want to see that weekly buyer come back for more, because then you're really going to go flying. And that's worth noting. I'm going to add an alert on there so I have that on my list. Good find. VST on the outside weeks too. Vistra. Oh yeah, look at that. Setting up the rev strat monther back through all these guys. And you got this big outside week. So you can see how on Wednesday, 2-2 on Wednesday, full-time, not full-time frame continuity, but with the whole market doing that, pivot machine gun style, they took him out. Nancy Pelosi name. Cool. They're still walking up their bids on IWM, so we're just waiting for SPY and Qs to catch a bid. See SPY, they're still holding some higher lows in here, so that's a good thing. It's just inside. Qs made like slight lower lows, still inside. EMR is the same thing. Let's see it. If you look at EMR, triangle layout, stopping these guys out, and then back into the range. And you got the 2-2 week for next week up into there. Should be 11%. And you already had the bigger triangle layout on the month here, so interesting. You got the outside month broadening formation to mark out as well. So it looks like this. So you can see it went last month's lows to the penny and then reclaim. If we go to Utes, we said they came back to buy more, and they definitely are buying more Utes. And NRG is a utility name, so. You also got AEP, which is in the Utes. Inside week. SO in the Utes. It's rev strat day. It still has some targets in there. Setting up an inside month. QQQ goes 60s down. So QQQ, that's a rev strat. And that doesn't mean you have to play it. But what it shows you is the buyers attempted to take the offer. And there was some type of seller there we didn't identify. Because the month, week, day, 60, they were all green. So when that 60 flipped red, now that profit taker, that seller, they're starting to sell at the bid. And you'll see it's still mother bar issues. So these 3 hours are stuck inside the first hour of the day. But that 2 down is triangle layout because you're making lower lows on the 60. So it's like higher low, higher low, higher low. They're just kind of chopping a little bit, not that aggressive. Get people short, stop people out. If that can reclaim, then we can get a target back to high a day and maybe change this for the afternoon session. Get things moving again. SPY's still inside. Dow is a 2 up, but it's slightly red. What I want to show you is like looking at the sector ETFs. We had all that stuff go inside 60s, and a lot of those equilibriums just aren't really doing much. If we were to look at the scanner. But you can see it's like healthcare's is a doji day, Dow is a doji day, SPY's a doji, Q's is a doji day. IWM is like slightly green. Gold and silver unable to take the morning highs. So the buyer did try, but they are not strong enough to do it. So if we keep going through this, a lot of doji days at this point. which normally means back ender. Latter half of the day, you'll get some type of move to take some people out. You see Siskiyou with the solars, boom. Right off the inside 60. End phase, not yet. If we go to run in the solars, boom, takes them up, but not quite strong enough to take this stuff out yet. So still inside day and run, Siskiyou's stronger. And if we go to TAN ETF, this inside 60 in the solar ETF tells you to look at that stuff. While the market's kind of down / flat, they're at least getting some of that. Fluence Energy. Is this another utility name? Has a nice 222 week, and you can see the big reclaim levels, reclaimed all-time lows, trying to go to 40. That's pretty nice. Energy name, not, I imagine it's utilities or solar, some type of, it's got to be one of the two. Because XLEs, oh, I guess XLEs are starting to firm up a little bit. But energies, they're all inside day, so either that's a really aggressive buyer just in that name, or it's a solar / ute. And if we look at Qs, this is the difference between conflict and back into continuity. You can see that coming off low of day with the 15 reversal, it's just straight trend because you have everyone buying day, week, month, 60, quarter, year, all of them. When the 60's red here, this is just the 60-minute group either trying to short or just taking profit, something going on here, right? And they're just not as aggressive, right? If they were aggressive, the week would be red and the day would be red and we'd be crashing out, and we're not doing that. So these 60 guys, they're just taking profit, making it boring for us until they're done doing that. Trying to find your way into Mara. We start to see them take a little bit more of the offer in financials. They're 2 up, so confirming with the Utes, with solars. It's an interesting basket, right? Financials, Utes, and solars. And some small cap IWM. Let me see if Sarah's ready to go. Interested in the group. So that's what me and Sarah, we're going to meet today and we're going to start planning that. But as far as how we envision it, it's going to be limited. It's going to be like a small group, probably max like 10 people. Now for the first run, we might, we might do the first run differently just because it's like a new process that we're going to learn and put together. But meet in 15 minutes ish, I think we're going to get a spike up. All right. Sarah's looking for the reclaim to get back all into that, so we'll see. But the plan is we're going to have a small group, and we want to do it not during market hours for like teaching and discussion, but it's going to be discussion, like either all of us on a Zoom or on a call, and we're going to have discussion, and we're going to teach you things, take your questions, and then we'll have a very directed process for you guys to walk through in order to find where you're going to be and what your trade plan is, because I imagine not all 10 people are going to have the same schedules and the same goals. Done for the day. Have a great weekend. You too. Dow Jones, high of day, IBM going to the highs. So they're still taking the offer, and financials, Utes, some solars, leading that. So we still have stuff going up, which makes it, like Sarah said, she wants to see a spike up. I do too. If we go to Qs, after slight 2 down in the 60s, so triangling some guys out, inside 5 are up. So they firm the Qs up. It's just not as strong as down IBM. If we go to SPY, very slightly firm back up. We'll see if that's enough to do it. Semi's taking the 15ers up, MU and AMD. Let's see, MU inside 15 up, still inside 60. You could get that 30 going, though. AMD, big old doji mother bar. I'd be careful of that. At best, 474, which is like $5 from here. If the market starts firming up more so, then the Utes should start flying, as they already are. But if we can get Qs and SPY back to high day, that should happen. VIX, they're selling the VIX off even more till another low of day in the VIX. You see how the Dow Jones is leading, 2 up, 2 up, 2 up, 2 up. So they've just been slowly walking their bids up all day in the Dow. IWM still just kind of grinding up as well. Are they going to come back and bid the tech? That would send everything moving. So when we pointed out here in Tesla on that 322.15, 429, trying to go down here to 426, they're getting close to taking that out, which would be your broadening formation short term. Obviously not as strong as some of the other things like the Utes. What we need is to kick those 60s back into gear on the SPY and Qs, and we just have not done that yet. Tired of TOS not showing the setups, even though I have a lot of scanner created for the daily. We might be able to help you fix that. But, yeah, I mean, I personally don't like TOS. That's why I like our scanner. It's just so fast and simple. And we also are broadening the universe on it, and we have an update coming pretty soon. We have to work with our developers. We haven't gotten to meet with them or we actually did meet with them, but for other reasons. NVIDIA is 60s inside down, so that's definitely not helping out the Qs and SPY. 3112. So the only thing catching a bit is still the Utes, a little bit of financials, a little bit of solars. There's two. It depends. I don't know which one you looked at. I have one that I'm running on my computer that I just use for testing some things, kind of just research and development, you could think, that we're going to build into the next one. But the next one's lightning fast, and it does 20,000 stocks, so it doesn't filter out anything of the smaller cap stuff. The plan is to make it so you can filter it however you want, based on if you like trading mega caps or the smaller names. But that one's not, we're not done with that one yet. We're getting really close. For now, there's just not much really happening. Q's is 3 hours in the morning range. SPY is also 3 hours stuck in the morning range. So, best case scenario is you can get like an inside 60 or a 2-2 reversal in these back to the upside and get this stuff moving into the close. Or even better, triangle out the morning guys again and then go for it. So I'm going to have to be getting off, but the problem this morning, the reason we didn't really get much is you can see these buyers were not willing to pay up above the morning highs. So 1, 1, 1. These are 3 hours inside bar to this. So when you have 3 hours inside of 1 hour, the range is like, look at how small this is, 76 cents. It's like there's not much we're going to get out of that. Now, what would change it is if the 60 goes green, because if that happens, then that buyer on the month, quarter, day, all of it, that larger time frame buyer comes back when the 60 goes green. So we're going to have to find out with that. But it's a matter of timing when that happens. MU from Powers mentioned, inside 15 triggers the 30s up, creating inside 60 after corrective activity. So whoever sold in here, you're setting up an inside bar against them. Semis is still double inside 60 doing nothing. We can see on Qs, it's going to be inside 15, a little closer to taking out all of this stuff. So this seller that's just been selling, slowly grinding it down, they're done selling when that's green and coming back through here. So we go back to the 60, triangle they out, right away they reclaim it coming back into the range. Whoever sold in this range, since we've reclaimed it, they're at risk of a 3 to the upside against them with full time frame continuity. So we'd like to see that kick in above the 60 open. SPY is still an inside 60, so for now, they're still chopping them up in SPY. Semis is still an inside 60, so that'd have to break. And Tech is still an inside 60. So maybe you can get it soon. VIX is still going to the lows. All right, this is the last one we'll take, and then we're going to call it a morning. But does Monday close have anything to do with how things are moving? The close is not as important as the open. The open is what tells you what's going on, because Monday can close up 40%. Then Tuesday can open, and then all of a sudden everything changes. So let me show you. So we look at airlines. So at the beginning of the week, airlines, we had the inside week signal from our weekend vid to take out the weekly target right here. And that target's a level of reclaim, right? So once that happens, does it stay there or does it change? Is always the question. So you can see they sold Monday and they closed lower. So what all that shows you is they sold Monday. Tuesday comes in, the open's red, so they're selling more Tuesday. Wednesday, right there, 2-2 reversal. Why? Because they sold Tuesday. Wednesday opens, goes green. That open mattered. The second that went green, that's changing what's going on. Why? Well, it's at the month open. So the month is green, the day is green. And the 60 was green. And that's occurring right at the weekly magnitude, which is that level of reclaim. So when that goes green, it reclaims the week into the month, continuity up. And the trigger is 322 right there, 91.71 on a Wednesday. So when that breaks, that open caused it to break because that daily buyer showed up, which then changed the week to green right here, causing full time frame continuity, increasing the evidence of this. And then it closes up here. And then it's a matter of what do they do Thursday? Well, they open here, go green. That mattered all the way back up. And then today they opened complete doji, just, kind of like indexes today. If we go in here, doji spy for now. So the open is what matters. The close, things can close and look terrible and it will change. It's like monthly SPY, right? It closes way down here. Like, did that matter? Well, the new month opens right there, 653.90. The second that's green, it's no longer going down. It's going up now. And that's always true, right? If we go down here, it's like red, boom. New month opens when it's red all the way down here. And then the weekly opens, changed it back to a hammer. Then right when this opens green, now it's going up. Green, 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 right? It's like all, for 6 months straight buying. And then right here, that month went red, boom, takes them out and then reclaims. And then you can see as doji in here, doji, doji. Then it stops people out, then it goes. So most people will say, the last hour of the day is the most important hour of the day. It's like, nope, actually false. Because what's important is where they open tomorrow. Because if the last hour, let's say we're looking at RGTI. It's like open, green, open, red, right? So it's like, did that close at the highs matter to the next bar? It didn't. Came all the way back in. So that can happen, let's say overnight. It's like, oh, the weekly close. Let's say it closes here on the day. Let's say the next day opens and the opening price is here at 2239 as a gap down. Well, if that happens, that price mattered a lot more than wherever it closed here. Because the open is where you're going to start trading from. So the opening price is always the most important. The first 60 of the day always sets up. It always sets up whatever that daily, color is likely to close as when it's green. It's like when this goes open, bright green, highly unlikely you're going to take that out. So the rest of the day, we just prefer to be a buyer. Now, that doesn't mean you can't sell it, but you have to have a red 60 to do it. Like right there on the flip. So when you pair that red 60 up with a 2-2 reversal here on the 15-minute, boom, boom, starts taking people out. Right on that 60 change. Because their algorithms are buy, and then like slowly walk it up the bid. We're still buying. Inside 60, it breaks here. All right, now we're going to take the offer, take the offer, take the offer, take the offer. All right, my order's filled. Now let's take some profit right there. Now the algorithms are taking profit. So it changes when those opens change. Now the dollar's puking with the VIX. So that should help you get Qs back to the highs. And if we go to QQQ, inside 15, right there, you can see how that 15er broke up. Now all these guys who are short become fuel for whatever buyer is showing up here. It's that monthly, weekly, daily 60 buyer. So we look in here. The daily buyer, the monthly buyer, the weekly buyer, right there. That's when they're showing up. Because the 60-minute just went green. They're here. So you had triangle day out, which is what you need to get in. Then the 15 signal to change it back into full time frame continuity. Now, right when that happens, the semi algorithms, they turn on. They're taking the offer inside 60 up. right on the new 30s, so we'll see. And then technologies also had that same triangle day out, so they turned them back on. Now it's a matter of how much do they have to buy. Are they buying a lot or just a little? And you'll see silver and gold, they're still twos up. So they're still buying some silver, gold miners specifically. The Utes are still at the highs. Solar ETF still up at the highs. So it's just tech and semis, right? And that's the one we want to see to get the Qs moving. But I want to mark out all these pivots and show you what that looks like on a shorter time frame. So you can see on the 15, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high. Everyone's got stops against that stuff. So we go on the 1 minute. The second the 15 breaks and it changes into full time frame continuity, boom, all the slippage. Right? It's like, get me out, and their stops are slipping up in here. That's exactly what's going on. So we want to see if we can do that all the way to high day and give us a big outside 60 Qs. You got tech and semis confirming this. That's what we've been waiting for this whole time, to kick back into full time frame continuity. And you can see just how instantaneous that can go. It's pretty nuts. And you can see we take out all the tight stop guys. Anyone jamming their stops in here, now they're gone. Done. If we go to technologies, look at this. Those are back to the highs now. Anyone shorting this? Oh, it's rolling over. Boom, gone. They're done. Didn't roll over at all. If you go to QCOM, whoever's trying to short this, they're getting what they want. It's still down here, but it's not going down. On the 60 minute, it is 2 down, so let's triangle it out. Maybe they can bring them back up if the Qs can start ripping. So the 2 15ers today, you can see right in here in the morning, gone. And then inside 15 here, gone. And now we just want to see, can we get that high a day finally to break this equilibrium we've been in for the past 3 hours? And if not, it's a nice move here, but we need to break it. If not, we're still stuck in the middle, and we don't want that. If we go to MU from our mention on the inside 15 here, notice how it was already going up. So you get an MU, and then the market reverses. This has to keep going. Just pretty much has to. And off the 2230, 2, 2, triangle day out, slight lower lows, 2, boom, high of day MU. So that's good. We don't see them getting after Tesla, still inside 60 Teslers, chopping them up. AMD's going. It's like we said on AMD, it's like you still have this huge mother bar issue. If they're going to get high a day, you're nowhere near doing that. You've been chopping them up all morning. So at best, you get this, 474, 473.99 at best. So this is just not as good as MU just because it's a little bit stuck. But you're right, it is a 2 going 3, and it just became outside 60. And the problem here is now it's an outside 60, so this is broadening. They took out the lows and the highs. They might do it again. So you got to be careful. We got about 10 minutes on the 15ers to see if they're strong enough to cause those outside 60s Qs. They already did it in tech. SPY's doing the 15 up as well, confirming the down IBM, which was already going up. You see just how fast this stuff can go. This is why we want ideally tighter stops. Now, since it's simultaneous break, you could widen them up, but pivot, pivot, pivot. When you get all these targets in here with full time frame continuity, it's like, it's gone. Boom, gone. Nice shirt you got there. Gone. Should we always correlate the sectors? Well, let me tell you this. Algorithmic trading is 80% of market volume. If that's true, how do you pick up on it? Well, you want to pick up on it by price and time, looking at the month, weekday, and 60. And you want to pick up on it by looking at correlated assets. Because if it's 80% algorithmic trading, they have to tell them when to turn on and off and what to buy and sell. So if they tell them, all right, we're going to turn them on. What are you buying? Tech, semis, QQQ. you have way more evidence than if you go to like a single stock. Like let's say we just go to like ALB, materials name. You have way more evidence when that happens than just looking at, you know, one 60 minute. It's like, well, this breaks. Like what they tell the algorithms to do, it's like they're buying now in this stock only. So if they're only buying this stock, they're not that aggressive of a buyer. But if they're buying tech and semis and SPY and MU and AMD and QQQ and IWM, and they're doing it at the same time, that buyer might have like $1 billion that they're throwing in the market right here. And you have to realize that not everyone's a day trader, right? Like people will buy and sell for whatever reason they might have. So like Warren Buffett, you know, he bought, I think it was Google. Was it Google or Microsoft? He bought it right at all-time highs. And he's the guy who's like, get it at good prices, right? And he's like, no, we're just going to ape in here. All-time highs, like $3 billion or however many billions they put in. It's like when that's happening, you want to know that. Like you want to know. It's like, oh, what's Goldman Sachs doing today? It's like, well, we looked at all the market and we're like, well, we got to buy tech, semis, Qs, and we got $10 billion we're going to move in here. It's like, all right, when are you going to do that? Ideally before the end of the week. It's like, okay, that should be a really big move then. It's like, yep, boom, gone. They started buying it Wednesday here on SPY, Wednesday on IWM. It's like they started buying all of these Wednesday, and they're still filling that same order today, right now. So when you pair the knowledge of that happening with these guys who are trading, you know, whatever they're trading, small accounts, options, whatever, when that guy shows up and he's like, it's like, oh, how much do you have to buy? We just sold like 100,000 shares. It's like, well, I got like 3 million. It's like 3 million? Get me out of my short. Boom, gone. Right? It's like, stop out. And that's exactly what's going on here. What else would cause this to go rocketing off instantly other than algorithmic trading matched up with losing traders who have to get out? There's no other reason that would just go instantly. So we always want to correlate between indexes, sectors, sector ETF, or indexes, sector ETFs, and then their holdings. Now, not everything has an ETF, but that's how you're going to pick up on, like, when do they turn the algorithms back on to get more RGTI and more quantum names like QUBT? It's like, well, right here, triangle they out. Right when that 15 goes green, QUBT, RGTI, IREN, right? They're already buying it. It's already going up. QBTS, not quite yet, right? But let's say they all go 2215 at the same time. It's like, what did they tell them? It's like, buy. All right, let's take some profit, stop people out, and then they turn them back on 2215, buy more. How do you know? This month, this week, today, and right here on the 15, that's when that would change. Now, just because there's a simultaneous break doesn't mean, you know, the world. You also want to know where it's happening and when it's happening. Because if you have one at the beginning of the week, or let's say you have it at the beginning of the month, the signals at the beginning of the month tend to be less powerful. The simultaneous breaks near the beginning of the month tend to, or almost always, put the month in motion in the direction it's going to go. So like this week, we had simultaneous 2-2 on a Wednesday. That sets the tone for the rest of the week because that buyer had more to come and buy. So when you get simultaneous breaks early in the week, that's what sets up the rest of the week. Or if you get it early in the day, it sets up the rest of the day. So like QQQ, this morning on the 15, we saw Qs do it and then SPY and then some tech and semis, right? When that happened, right, it sets it up. There's your higher low, lower high, so consolidation, higher low, still trending up. And then they're trying to break out of this, which we have not seen yet. This 15 only has got 5 more minutes on it, so you can see there's some profit taking occurring at the highs. But at this point, everything's green. So this, whoever's selling in here, we want to take them out. We don't want to see them win. Like, they're just sitting up here and they're sitting on the bid. And they're like, yeah, I'm just going to start selling my Qs off. It's like, why are you doing that? It's like, well, I mean, there's resistance at high day. It's like, you are the resistance at high day. Like, you're the one selling it. There's no resistance up there. It's stop orders. Whoever's shorting this in here, watch what happens. We're chewing through whoever's sitting here on the bid. Like, I'm going to sell my Qs here. I'm going to sell it here. Eventually, their order's gone, and we still have every algorithm doing the same thing. So we'll just blow through this, hopefully take out the rest. Now, this can happen for a while, though, right? Like, if it's a really big order, you might be doing some battle for a little bit, which is why we prefer to do it with a broadening formation. We're like, if we're going to try and take this guy out, whoever he is, take him out here, stop everyone out who was just buying, and then let's have them buy back with us to take them all out by timing it to cause the break of it. Like on Qs, you don't want to buy the break of all-time highs. You want to buy the reclaim here that causes all-time highs to break. Same thing applies everywhere. You might get some Apple rev strat into the end of the day for you guys who want to trade 0 DTEs. So you can look at this. All right, it's like, did this change the daily open? It didn't. So sell, 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 profit taking. Into the close, those 0 DTEs, you could be looking at like the 309 calls, 30 or 310 calls. If you can get a 30 in here, inside up, you could get the rev strat 60 up in 17 minutes as well. And that would kick in a full time frame continuity. Then Qs would be closer to a 60 up to break out of that range. So as we get to the close, we just want to see, can those buyers actually take out the highs? And can we see Qs and tech and semis and all that stuff actually do it? We had some nice little moves in there, but not enough to break it yet. And you can see in here, it's like that seller's sitting here, and then guys are taking profits, stopping out all these guys, the slightly lower lows. And then if the broadening formation kicks in, it'll just go bink right back up into whoever's selling here. We want to chew through that guy's order. In the next flip, what, in 15 minutes? So let's say Qs kind of sits around here and doesn't do too much. You will have maybe slight triangle layout to cause the 60s to break upwards, which would be a 2260 to cause all-time highs like right at the last minute, last couple hours of the day. So that might be the case, but you know, today was kind of boring, and besides, you know, a few of those crazy names in there, RGTI and whatnot. But the good thing about this week is, since we've stopped a ton of guys out, we're going to have a lot of simultaneous breaks setting up for next week, like home builders, for example, setting up 2-2s. Materials, for example, setting up the hammers. And this is what's going to cause the market to go past all-time highs and keep going. If you get the weak sectors to go. We'll have utilities, right? Outside weak, so if they're going to keep following through next week, maybe. But they're now taking profit on the utes coming from that outside weak target, so profit taking off the highs. Memorial Day sale, yeah, we want to. If you, just FYI, if you want to get access to any sale that we're going to have soon, or have an option to get into a small group with me and Sarah that we're planning on soon, make sure you're in the Stat Trading Discord. It's completely free to join it. The best way to get in there and to get on our list so you can get alerted and emailed whenever we have anything is if you just go stratalerts.ai, which might take a second here. Start here for free. If you do that, you can get on there, and I can see if our marketing people can send it out to this list first before we send it into the Discord or anything for sales and whatnot. But that'd be the best way to do it. And when you subscribe, you should get an email with an invite to the Discord. So makes it really simple. Memorial Day buying to end this off, right? ASTS, yep, inside 60, boom, profit taking. Did it to him. If you go back to Qs, you can see what I'm talking about, right? Slight triangle layout, and then boom, broadening formation kicks in, hits their order again. Nope. He's still there, sitting on the offer, or sitting on the bid, I mean. No. Blah, blah, blah. Sitting on the offer, my bad. And you can see it's like, where's the order? Right here. Right, 721.09. So and this is why broadening formations happen, or it's another reason it will happen. So you got to stop people out, and then those buyers have to get back in and try and break that order again. And it'll keep doing that until it breaks, until this range gets big enough to do it. Ugh. Sarah, are you going to be good to go if we hop off? If I hop off like now? If we hit new high day, well, we can just monitor it ourselves once we're off. Let me show you AMD though. This is why it's not the best. So you can see down, this is the outside 60 right here. So when it goes inside fiver, that's at the top of an outside bar broadening formation. And then it goes inside down, boom, starts ripping back through. And this is because once you're stuck in a range like this, you're going to restart. You're going to get a nice small broadening formation that will grow. And it actually started right here, outside fiver. This is where it started. Then it went down, up, down, all the way back up. It's trying to go back down. So they're chopping them up there. Not very fun. If you look at MU after high of day magnitude on the 22230, that's all she wrote. At least for now. Inside 15. So they go to consolidation. The buyer's still present. They're consolidating though. I've got so many open orders to not be ready. Okay. You can see Qs again, right? They hit the order, stop people out. And this, see how the range is getting bigger. The reason it gets bigger is because you have traders who are putting stops against these lows. So when it hits this low, it triggers stop orders and goes further. So it's not a support level. And then if it's going to come back up, it's got to reclaim that low. And those buyers have to get back in. And that's why it's going dink, 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 right back and forth. The other thing that will happen is, right, if they... I'm going to redraw it to right here. If they get below and close out of this, then the range starts expanding the other direction. And that seller starts actually hitting the bid instead of just sitting on the offer. But we want to see them spike high a day. Give us the slight triangle down and back up. It's a snoozer. Look at that. Seller right there starts hitting the bid below the triangle. It must be some type of news coming out. But now that goes expansion. So you can see whoever was sitting up here on the offer, it broke that, expanding the range down. So where's the triangle out next? Well, it would be down in here, but we want to see them just reclaim it. It's sitting for too long. It is. We're almost going to close out the third hour stuck in here. But you can see it's a broadening formation. Up, down, doesn't reverse. Goes two down again, blowing these guys out. So anyone that was trying to buy this, blown out here. And the range just went from this small to now this big. So that was big triangle layout. Now, when the buyer starts ripping back through this, whoever was sitting on the offer up here, there's going to be a lot more buyers that would be willing to start ripping back through this because you have a bigger broadening formation. You have more participants getting involved. If that goes like 2-2 and starts coming in through here, the 60 is still green. And if you're looking at that and you're like, how do I draw the broadening formation? It's this: outside 5-minute triangle, they out, and that by itself is broadening. Slight higher highs and lower lows to this. See what SPY looks like. SPY, same thing. So you can see SPY's weaker, so this is now the broadening formation SPY. And you can see just how small these still are. It's still $1 wide. And that's how big the range is now. Still stuck in the morning range. So is that going to be enough to triangle back up and break out of the morning highs? Or are they going to start chopping right in the middle of this again and start, putting us to sleep even more? So they go 1 after the big puke. They agree on price right in the middle. Then they go 2 as 2, 1, 2 up, reversal, for 45 seconds, trying to do what? That buyer is trying to take him up into here, if he's strong enough to do it. The 5-er, you can see 3, triangle down, and then green coming back into this for another 2 minutes. It's a snooze fest. We want this on the 60-minute, but they're just at 2 down. Come on, Qs. Maybe that dip was clear. It definitely did. You saw when it kicked into expansion, it just went crazy. And when you look at that on 1 minute, you're like, wow, that's way too fast to catch. You have to realize what we just saw, when that expands the range right here, that happens on a yearly time frame. It's just a 3-2. So when you go to like MU, if we pull that up on the year, this 3 is the same thing we just saw in the 1 minute, but it's a yearly broadening formation. So when it breaks right there, it goes nuts, right? It starts going crazy. It's the same exact condition. And that's why, when we're watching the 1 minute, we're kind of just watching it for fun to see if it's going to actually break out of this range. But it's a good way to practice seeing, when does that happen? Like, why did that happen? Now you can see they go 1. They tried to buy it. Did they take the highs of this out? Nope. They try to sell it. They taken the lows of this out? Nope. This is the broadening formation getting really tiny again. So if you look on a 15-second, outside bar ticks up, ticks down, and now it's how are we getting out of this tiny, 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 tiny mess? Because you see how this starts out right in the middle of the much bigger one, directly in the center. Friday second half always a snoozer. Not when you have a back ender set up. We just need to take out high day or low day. And this is definitely not the way to do it. We're right in the middle. We got to get out of this tiny 15-second broadening formation. NQ, fun to do 5-minute coming up. It would be fun to do if we can break it. New 5-er's open, so we want to see that buyer, right? 3 down, triangle, reclaim right at the lows of this. Is that buyer willing to pay back up? Is they willing to buy it up and sell it down? Then they sold it down. The buyer started buying it up. Then it closes. You can see right now we're still dead center of the 3 and slightly red. So they buy it up a little and then the seller comes back. If we go back to that little 15-second, you can see slight higher highs here, slight lower lows here. So how are we going to get out of this thing? If they could go up through here, that would trigger the 5-er. Tiny, tiny, tiny. Right there. So you can see they're above it now. That's breaking out of it if it's above it. If not, you reclaim and you go back to the other side. So right there. Where's that trying to go? Up in here. And when we go to the 5 minute, you can see that's just the 5 minute break of this. And this is why we want signals to go instantly, because when you reject a level, if it breaks this and it starts coming back in, you have micro triangle going on. So when we look at it, we want to see levels break, and we don't want to see it come back in. We want to see the buyers up in here supporting price, keep it above all those breaks, which right now they are. So let's see. All right, we're looking at a 15-second, but the same thing applies. Give us outside week. Last 2 hours of the day. Give it to us. Come on. Oh, man. 3 hours inside on a Friday. There it is. So you can see exactly what they did on the fiver, right? 3 goes down, reclaims it, goes back up, blows them out. So that order just got blown out. Anyone that had the stops there. But now, that's high a day. So what happens if we get back into that 3 again? They might do it again the other way, right? Because it's a tiny, tiny little broadening range. And this right here is them all getting blown out by their stops. And then this right here is the order vacuum created by that. Triangle they out on a tiny little time frame, and then they reclaim that little 15-second triangle on, you know, really high volatility. They're just putting in orders left and right. But now you'll see that's an outside 60. So the triangle layout on the 60-minute finally resolved as a 3. And now that's a broadening formation up in here. Now the question then is like, okay, well, if we have broadening formations, who's supposed to win? Well, the day's green, the month's green, quarter, year, week, all that's green. The buyers should win this, which is why you don't have to be terrified when it comes in if you have all the continuity on your favor or in your favor. We want to see them break out of all this stuff. So if we look at the 1-minute cues, if we can get back above all this, that should give us the outside week we're looking for in the last hour, right? Let's see what we got on. All right, here's the new flip. So mind the new 60-minute, right? Every flip's like a new day. See SPY, Qs, Dow, 3s. These 3s show buyer and seller aggression. They also show broadening formations. So we want to be aware, you got broadening formations, all indexes besides IWM, and technologies is a broadening formation. And those are important because of what we just said. When you're looking at a broadening formation, you got to stay up there. Because if it doesn't and they start retracing into it, you might do what we just did, right? Testing the highs and testing the lows. But we want to see the buyers win because the buyers are more aggressive by price and time. So we prefer to see that, but it's got to stay up there. It's only true if we're above all this stuff. So we look at Qs on the 60, 3 to up, slightly red. So the buyer's still sitting here, but they're not taking the offer. They go inside oneers right at the top of the triangle. They're still 2 up 5, they're still 2 up 15, still 2 up 30, so they're not reversing. But we're not seeing the buyers willing to pay up. Oh, and we actually did get it for you, Sarah. Just noticed. So we did get last week's highs. Now it reverses on the 1 minute. So that reversal on the 1 minute, you can see gets that 60 a little bit redder from the top of this 60-minute broadening formation, creating potential fivers, potential 2-2-3 minute. If we're going to stop some guys out. One minute reconfirms. So there's profit taking coming off the highs now. The 3 minute goes 2-2 down. And you can see how the range is really tight in here. Stop these guys out, stop these guys out, stop these guys out. Now they're trying to stop out the bigger range again. And if we go look, how much evidence is there that they're doing this profit taking? Well, SPY, Qs, Dow, IDBM, all at the same time. Interesting, right? Same as semis and tech. So what are the algorithms being told to do? They bought the last hour, now they're being told to take some profit. Does that cause all these to go 3 again? Is the question. If we look at discretionary a little bit, financials a little bit, materials a little bit, utilities a little bit, silver, gold, some miners. So you got most things below their opens on the 60, which gives you the evidence to say, yeah, you know, they're trying to do that. The news breaks and makes SPY volatile. You play the broadening formation because the whole reason the broadening formation works is because, or the whole reason the broadening formation was discovered was because of news. Because you just saw it. What happened? News comes out right here. 12:19. All right, what happens? They go down. Everyone's short. Everyone just got stopped out of their longs. Then what? Reclaim. Goes back up. What happens next? Right where the news came out, when we're above that, boom, blows out everyone that's short. So they're like, you know, this news is bad. All right. And then people start buying it, and it goes green. It's like, oh, wait, bad news is good. Boom, everyone gets blown out of their short. And now look at how big the range is. It went from being this big to being up in here. It just doubled in size. So when it reclaims up in here with that oneer, now where's it going? All the way back through all this stuff. And where are they doing that? They're doing it across pretty much everything. They're taking their profit. So it looks like the VIX, they went crazy and then they brought it all the way back. The UVXY, not so much. What I would still say is this is still corrective activity. You just have a broadening formation. So maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. But what we want to do is we want to do exactly what we're showing here and do that into continuity, ideally. So when we look at it, there's not much that's going to be in continuity down just because most things are not. But we want to take the same idea that we're seeing where it's testing those sides. It goes down, then we go after it the other way. It goes up, then we take our profit and go the other way. We want to take that same idea and we want to do it on something like a weekly time frame on an MU. Like this. So notice, it's just like Qs. Goes sideways, 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 ticks down, then it goes the other way. Ticks up, then it goes the other way. Ticks down, then it goes the other way. So it's long, short it, long it again, and boom, 100% on stock. Like that. News breaks because my stop loss is even. Yeah, but we shouldn't be trying to time news. Like, that's my whole point. Like, look at SPY. When should we have bought SPY? Well, look here. They go up, then they stop them out, then they go back up, then they stop them out to the penny, last week's lows, and then reclaim all the way back up. We should be long from Monday, Tuesday, or we should be long from Wednesday. We should be long from Tuesday. We should be long in here. We should be adding to it Thursday, and when it gaps up in here, we should be like, I already got it all. Because this is almost all-time highs. We want to get it back through a range. All these guys who are selling, we want to go long back through these sellers because we know it's still trending up this month. So everyone's terrified. This makes a slight lower low during a monthly uptrend, and we're like, all right, time to go for it. Like this. Intraday right now from 0DTE. Yeah, but the 0DTE, the buys, if we go to it was down in here. Lower low to these guys, triangle they out, and then back up. And then if you were going to go for it, we had 15 minutes here. Then the new 15 opened, and it didn't go anywhere. So you had 15 minutes of signal, and that was it. And then we have this 3. So now goes down, goes up. If you're a buyer, what do you want? You want to go to the bottom of the 3, then go after it. But at this point, we already did what we were supposed to this week. We went outside week. So this slight lower low into last week's highs, that was the move, and now it's kind of a question mark. Because the magnitude of this week was to take last week's lows, reclaim it, and then take last week's highs. And they did that to the penny here and the penny here. Intraday, it's the same thing. If the 60 is green, they're buying right now, and then the 30, 15, 5 minute confirm and negate that. Like when you look at Qs, if you're playing intraday, what you want to think is like, okay, how should I buy this? We want to go down, take everyone out so it doesn't look good, and then go after it. So like that, we've had all of those opportunities this week. You know, we had the one that was in here on Tuesday that we played in the Discord on the 60s. And then we had a little trickier one. This was on Thursday. But it went down in here, and then we had the 60s up, which took a while to kick in, but they did. So it's trickier if you're, like, we knew this was going outside week by, you know, Wednesday. We're like, yeah, it's trying to do that. So if you come in here and you're like, I want the 0DTE to cause the week, you can. I'm not saying you can't do that. It's just, it's a lot tighter, especially when you get this whole 3 hours stuck in the middle in the morning. It's just going to be trickier versus when you have bigger targets to go after. Because then you can get it here and just like ride it. Yeah. Well, do you want to know how not to do it? Or how not to? If it gaps up, when we're inside, this was inside for just about 3 hours. When you're inside, we don't want to touch it. So like if we go to AMD, this is a perfect example. This is not what we're trading. We do not want to trade that. Which is why I said no on AMD, but yes to MU when the 15ers kicked in. Because MU, higher lows, higher highs, so the buyers are willing to pay up today. Stop them out, slight lower lows on the 15, and then the signal, boom, back to the highs again. Versus if we go to AMD, it opens up here, they take profit, and then there was some buying, but they weren't strong enough to take any of this out. There's some selling, they weren't strong enough to take this out. There's buying, they weren't strong enough to take any of this out. So it's just going back and forth and back and forth. Investing's dead? No, it's not even close. We're going to have the nastiest investment example with Solana. Like 3 years from now, we're going to be like, remember when we were talking about this down here at broadening support? And everyone's going to go, yep. It's like, how much did you get? It's like, I didn't believe it. It's like, oh, well. There's no 0 to 2. No, that first hour, you can trade the first hour if you know what you're doing. But what are you talking about? Right here? Well, what we did, so we knew it was more likely to be going outside weak. So look in here. You can see this? Stuck, right? 4 hours in here. Now, it was trending up for a couple hours here, and that takes out the target. Then, lower low to the mother bar, reclaim. So where's it going? Back up to 713. Because that reclaim goes in the direction of the week and the month. So we had it right in here. 2, 1, 2 as a simultaneous break with a wider stop, because not only did Qs reverse on the third hour, SPY reversed on the third hour, Dow Jones didn't. IWM was inside and it was already going up. So we had IWM already going up, SPY and Qs reversed on the hour to confirm that. And we also saw tech inside up on the hour, and we saw semis inside up on the hour, or 322 up on the hour. So when that kicked in, we had a target to high of day as a simultaneous break where you can widen the stop up and just let it play out. Yeah, I mean, at this point, there's still twos up. So if we look at this, the sellers came to sell it in. The monthly, weekly, daily buyer, they're still more aggressive, even though they've already hit all-time highs. So as we go to the close, closer to a 222, but we're at all-time highs exhaustion risk now. The easy trade was buying it down here, ride it to the target, and now we're not too certain. Going into next week, we have this big outside week broadening formation. So it looks good. If we can beat green next week, we're going to go range expansion. And if you guys thought the Qs was up a lot now, that could make it go up a good bit more next week. And if we go to tech, same thing, outside bar hammer. The last momentum hammer we pointed out here, it rallied 13 points in 1 week. So we'll see if they're going to do that again. If we go to semis, we had the last momentum hammer we pointed out here, it went 55 points in 1 week. So here's another one for you. And that tells you all the chips. MU, hammer. AMD, outside bar. NVIDIA, not so much, right? We have the inside week, so we'll have to see how that works out next week. QCOM, the 222, which also could go broadening formation up in here, but we'll see. Let's see, LRCX. LRCX outside hammer. AMAT or 222 as momentum to the upside. Kind of like this one, 222 back up in here. So we're going to have a lot of chips setting up again. Along with all the materials, all that fun stuff. Pre-market into consideration, you can. Like if I turn it on and we just look at like the SPY or something, you're going to see the pre-market triangles. It's like this. 3 goes up, reversal, goes down, right at the open. Where's it going? Ticks down, it reclaims right there. Where's it going? Boom, pre-market highs. Goes up, then it reclaims pre-market highs. Where's it going? Low of day. Then it reclaims all these lows on the left here. Where's it going? Back to high of day. And that's what just happened. Which is why this, when we were pointing it out right on the second 60 of the day at 9:30, we're like, all right, second 60, see if the algorithms turn back on. Right when that opens and that goes green, it's like reclaim this, where's it going? Up there. You don't have to guess, which also means you time it here. You don't have to screw around with this stuff. Like you could have had the time of this, right? Slight triangle out here, right up into the highs. But then after that, it's like, now what? We already did what we wanted to. From here to high a day. They might go all the way back through. They might just sit there. They might keep buying. I have no idea. We knew here, up in here. Now we don't know. Because we've already taken it all out. But if we look in, all the pre-market sessions, you're always going to have this broadening formation every time. New low, new high, then new low, and then boom, back to new highs. And then it never comes back. Is that one on a tear? They retested this stuff, but then they kept going. Or if we go in this. Lows, new highs, new lows, failed to make the new highs, so that didn't work. New lows, boom, that makes the new highs. That one worked. That's pretty good. If we look in here, you can see they chop them up. New lows, and this was the inside 60. So we still have to use multiple time frames, right? Because when that 60 went inside, that's when things started really chopping up in here. Or actually, wait. No, his Qs was in... We pretty much had all the tech and semis inside. SPY was down in here. They made a slight lower low on the 60s. So they made the lower low here, and then higher low, and then they finally broke out of this stuff. Boom, back to the highs. So you can use pre-market, right? And in fact, we use it every morning. We open the futures normally, and we'll say, here's your morning triangles on the futures. Because that way you can see resistance is up here, support's down in here. And that applies going into the, all the rest of the price action here too. This was support. And then resistance wasn't until we met this, Thursday. Why don't you know it's going outside week? It already is. Q's already did outside week. To the penny. Are you talking about SPY? Well, you have 2 hours to make it happen, so get a triangle layout and make it happen. How are we going to do that? They're not buying right now in the 30s. The 15s are inside, so they're just right dead back in the middle of this. A 1 point stop loss on MES. I don't know if I'd go exactly 1 point, but tighter better. Because you want it to go relatively instantly. If you're gonna, the thing with the futures is the futures are less instantaneous because the futures have a lot more liquidity, a lot more stuff going on. So you have to time everything. Like when we're trying to find instantaneous, what it is it's all three things together at once. So it's like this. Low of day, bottom of the range, everyone stopped out. So everyone that wants to be long has to get back in. Because if you were long up in here, there's no way you're holding it down into this. By the way, 15,322 back down SPY, so they're coming back into it. But it's like, if you want to be long this, once it takes out the lows, you're probably not long, and so is everyone else. They're probably not long, unless they're long from way before. So once it starts reclaiming that low, that's where it's supposed to go instantly. Because when you reclaim it, everyone who's short, we come back above it, everyone who's short here, in this range up and left, they start covering. That's the first guys to buy is the short covering. And then the buyers come in after them and blow their stops out. So when we look at this, where you're going to see stuff go instantly is when you set up a signal. So like this hammer signal, notice how that hammer breaks and causes the reclaim. So it goes all the way down here. Everyone's like, it looks terrible. It breaks, causes the reclaim, boom, instantly. It just like goes flying. Because everyone short in here gets blown out of their shorts while you take the offer and cause that to happen. And then you're pairing that with monthly buyers. You're pairing that with weekly buyers. You know, when you do that with continuity. So that's what we want. That's where it's going to go instantly. And that applies, you know, on everything. So it's like a 1 minute, this is just an example. But we want to do the same thing just in general, like all the time. So you can see SPY now, 322. What does it do? That reclaims all these highs. So why does the 322 go so fast? Everyone's long into all-time highs. Everyone, literally everyone. Besides maybe someone's short against this stuff. But when that breaks, it starts stopping people out. Now, does that mean this is going to be like the best short in the world here? Honestly, probably not, because you don't have continuity to support it. All you could say is maybe there's some profit taking end of week. But we want the stuff that can go very quick. What we'd rather see is reclaim all this stuff, give us, you know, finish off the outside week SPY, Or maybe we'll just have it as 2-2 for next week. That's also perfectly fine. Oops. When a 3 runs out of time and they close out before happening, it gives you a 2-2. But I want to show you, like, so when you want stuff that goes quickly, this was another example we had that was on Tuesday's trading. 3, 1, boom, takes them out at the bottom of the triangle. Anyone that wants to be long this thing, they're getting taken out. Right when this goes 2-2, now all the buyers can start getting back in, and all the shorts from all of this stuff can start covering or are forced to cover as those buyers take the offer. So you want to line up those broadening formations so you have losers on the other side if your trade works. Because if it goes instantly and you find a buyer, it's go time. If it doesn't, get out and we'll go find another one. A 2 is a 2 is a 2. Like if we look at MU, is this a 2 up even though it's red? Yep, still an uptrend. Higher highs, higher lows. The buyers are in control. Then the next bar opens, the buyer comes back, boom, blows them out. Whoever is shorting this. Because it wasn't going down. It's like MU. That's a 2 down. It's green, but that's a 2 down. So it's a downtrend, but the buyer's taking the offer. Whoever shorted this stuff, they're getting in trouble. Tesla. I do like Tesla, yeah. Let's see it. So you have the hammer week cooking up. And this is called momentum. Momentum's supposed to go instantly if we're correct. Because if the monthly buyer comes in here, what happened? Buyer gets blown out, everyone's long. Sellers get blown out, now everyone goes short. And then right in here, now everyone lost, right? If you bought it, you got blown out. If you sold it short, you just got blown out. So if we're correct that the monthly buyer's here, it should just break and that buyer should take the offer. And everyone who got stopped out, they're going to start getting in. Everyone who tried to short this, if they stayed short, they're going to get blown out. But that's fully dependent on next week. If we go to SPY, still 322, reclaiming all this stuff from the morning session. So if you bought the breakout, it's like, boom, right to the face. Still not really spectacular, but as you get to the close, if they're going to take profit into the end of the week, you have some shooter 60s cooking up on all the futures, or the sideways 60s. 1-3 shooter outside 60 SPY. IWM shooter 60. Qs. So if they're going to take profit, it'd be off of that. But a shooter, it's not inherently bearish, so it'd have to break all of this in 5 minutes. If it doesn't break, that buyer might still just be in here and take them back up. So you have to see on the flip. But MU high day, let's see it. Get. Good stuff, and it never came back to the 15 in here. So that one's up 10 points into the close. Small group, we're not going to have it yet. We're going to do some planning, and we're going to do the planning today. I meant to get off a little sooner. But Sarah, I'm going to get some lunch. Are you going to have time? While the market's pulling back, home builders are pretty much at high day. Energies look opposite to the indexes on the 60s. Free till 4. All right. Well, boys and girls, I know today was kind of boring, but when they're really slow, it's a good time to practice seeing how the broadening formations tighten up, like we saw in here, get really, really, really tight, and then they get bigger, 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 and then potentially bigger again. So you can see just how they broaden over time, allowing you to try and time it properly for entries and or exits, whatever you're doing. And this morning was just a really good morning session of how to time that. We had all those 5ers and 15ers that kicked in at low of day here with the same exact thing. Small, bigger, 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 which happened, way in the afternoon. But that's all you got from me. So adios, guys. Me and Sarah are going to get to work. We got a couple hours. So peace.